am a coastal surveyor for the Department of Land Management. My job is typically defined by the rigid application of geometry to the chaotic reality of the shoreline. I spend my days with a transit level and a high-precision GPS unit, ensuring that the shifting sands of the Atlantic coast do not swallow the legal boundaries of private property. It is a profession of absolute numbers and hard data. If a cliff face erodes by 6 inches, I record it. If a marshland expands due to tidal shifts, I map it. There is no room for ambiguity in my field, or at least there was not until I was assigned to the Blackwood Reach project. Blackwood Reach is a geographical anomaly located 3 miles inland from the actual coastline. It is a dense, suffocating stretch of old-growth timber that sits in a low-lying basin. According to every geological survey in our archives, this area should be a salt marsh. Instead, it is a fortress of pine and hemlock that seems to defy the local soil acidity levels. At the center of this forest stands the Oakhaven Light. It is a 60-foot stone tower built in the mid-19th century with the architectural precision of a seafaring beacon. However, the Oakhaven Light was never intended to guide ships. It was built 4 miles away from the nearest navigable water. When I first arrived at the site, my primary concern was mundane. The tower was a liability. The stone was weeping salt despite being miles from the ocean, and the internal ironwork was corroding at a rate that suggested constant exposure to sea spray. My task was to assess the structural integrity of the foundation and determine why the local vegetation was encroaching on the tower at such an aggressive pace. I set up my equipment on a Tuesday morning under a flat, gray sky. The air in the woods was heavy and smelled of brine and rotting cedar. I noticed the first discrepancy within an hour of calibration. My GPS unit, a military-grade Trimble capable of sub-centimeter accuracy, could not find a satellite lock. This happens occasionally in deep canyons or urban centers with high-rise interference, but not in a level forest. I checked the overhead canopy. The trees were tall, but there was plenty of open sky. I moved 20 feet to the left, then 30 feet to the right. The screen remained blank, flashing a no-signal icon that felt like a personal insult to my training. I switched to my manual transit and a physical map. That is when I saw the light for the first time. It was not the brilliant, oscillating beam of a modern lighthouse. It was a low, rhythmic pulse coming from the lantern room at the top of the tower. It was midday, yet the light was visible against the sun. It did not shine toward the coast. The heavy brass housing of the lens was fixed, welded into a position that pointed directly into the thickest part of the Blackwood interior. I watched the light sweep over the trees. Where the beam touched the hemlocks, the shadows did not behave correctly. Instead of lengthening away from the source, the shadows of the trees seemed to pull toward the light, stretching out like fingers reaching for a heat source. I climbed the spiral staircase of the tower to investigate the light source. The air inside the stone cylinder was cold enough to turn my breath into mist. The walls were slick with a fine, crystalline coating of salt. As I ascended, I heard a sound that I initially dismissed as wind whistling through the masonry. It was a rhythmic, wet thumping, like the hull of a boat hitting a pier. I reached the lantern room and found the mechanism was not electric. It was a clockwork system of brass gears, meticulously maintained and coated in fresh grease. The light itself came from a pressurized kerosene lamp, but the fuel smelled wrong. It had the metallic copper scent of dried blood. I looked out through the glass at the forest below. From this height, the layout of the woods changed. In the daylight, the forest was a chaotic mess of undergrowth, but under the focused beam of the Oakhaven Light, I could see paths. They were perfectly straight lines of white sand that cut through the brambles, invisible from the ground. These paths formed a complex, geometric pattern that resembled a circuit board or a vast, sprawling sigil. One of these paths led directly to a clearing where a small red backpack sat on a stump. I recognized that backpack. It belonged to Toby Miller, a 10-year-old boy who had gone missing in these woods 3 weeks prior. The search and rescue teams had combed this exact sector 4 times. They had used heat-sensing drones and K-9 units. They had found nothing. Yet there it was, sitting in plain sight, illuminated by a lighthouse that should not have been functioning. I took out my binoculars to confirm the identification. On the side of the bag, written in black marker, was the name Miller. Beside the bag, there was a set of footprints. They were not the prints of a child. They were deep, heavy impressions that looked like they had been made by someone carrying a massive weight. I descended the tower quickly, my boots ringing against the iron steps. My heart was thumping in time with that strange sound I had heard earlier. I needed to reach that clearing. I needed to secure that evidence. I followed the direction I had memorized from the top of the tower, pushing through the thicket. But as soon as I entered the trees, the white sand path vanished. The ground was nothing but mud and dead needles. I checked my compass. The needle was spinning in slow, lazy circles. I looked back at the lighthouse. The beam was still active, cutting through the canopy above me. I decided to use the beam as my guide. If I stayed within the light, I would find the path. I moved toward the glow, and as the light hit my boots, the ground beneath me shifted. The mud vanished, replaced by the crunch of white oceanic sand. The temperature dropped 20 degrees. I was no longer in a forest. I was walking on a beach that existed only within the radius of the light. To my left and right, the trees remained, but they were bleached white like driftwood. I walked toward the clearing, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. I reached the stump. The backpack was there, but it was not empty. It was bulging, the fabric strained to the point of tearing. I reached out to touch it, and a voice spoke from the shadows just beyond the light. It was my own voice. It sounded like a recording played at the wrong speed, tinny and distorted. It said, "You are not supposed to be on the path." I froze. I did not move my head, but I shifted my eyes. A figure was standing at the edge of the beam. It was tall, dressed in a tattered yellow slicker that dripped with seawater. Its face was obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, but I could see its hands. They were covered in the same salt crystals that coated the lighthouse walls. The figure stepped forward, and as it entered the light, its body began to flicker. It was like looking at a reflection in moving water. One moment it was a man, the next it was a mass of dark, wet seaweed held together by a human frame. It spoke again, using my voice, but this time it repeated the last thought I had before I entered the woods. It said, "There is no room for ambiguity in this field." It lunged toward me, not with the gait of a man, but with a sliding, predatory motion. I turned and ran. I did not run toward the lighthouse. I ran toward the darkness. I knew instinctively that the light was the medium through which this thing operated. As soon as I stepped out of the beam, the white sand vanished. I was back in the mud, tripping over roots and thorns. I could hear the thing behind me. It was not running. It was swimming through the forest floor, the sound of splashing water following me through the dry woods. I reached my truck and fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so violently I dropped them twice. I managed to start the engine and floor it, the tires spinning in the soft earth before catching traction. As I drove away, I looked in the rearview mirror. The Oakhaven light was still pulsing. The beam was no longer fixed. It was searching. It was swinging back and forth across the tree line like a searchlight, looking for the man who had stepped off the path. I didn't stop until I reached the county line. I went straight to the sheriff's office and told him about the backpack. I didn't mention the light or the figure in the slicker. I knew how it would sound. I stuck to the facts. I told him I found evidence in the Blackwood Reach. The sheriff looked at me for a long time. He didn't ask for the location. He didn't call for a deputy. He just opened a desk drawer and pulled out a file. Inside were dozens of photos. They were all of the same clearing, the same stump. In each photo, there was a different item. a woman's shoe, a rusted bicycle, a set of car keys. Each photo was dated. The earliest was from 1924. The sheriff told me that the Oakhaven light doesn't show you what is there. It shows you what the woods have taken, and once the light shows it to you, the woods know you are looking. I resigned from the Department of Land Management the next day. I moved 300 miles inland to a desert where the air is dry and the horizon is flat. But even here, I don't feel safe. Every time the sun goes down and the streetlights flicker on, I find myself checking the ground. I look for the white sand. I listen for the sound of splashing water in the driveway, because I know that once you have been seen by the inland light, you are part of its geography. You are a landmark in a map that is still being drawn. If you are ever driving through the lowlands and you see a light where there should be no sea, do not look for the path. Do not trust the coordinates. Turn around and keep the darkness at your back. That is the only way to stay off the map. The desert is supposed to be a place of clarity. It is a landscape defined by the absence of moisture, a sprawling expanse of dust and heat where the air is so thin and dry that nothing can hide. I chose a small town on the edge of the Mojave because the geology here is honest. The rocks do not shift. The sand does not remember the tide. I took a job as a land surveyor for a private firm that specializes in solar farm layouts. It is repetitive work. I spend my hours marking out grids on sun-bleached flats, driving stakes into ground that is as hard as concrete. There are no trees to cast strange shadows. There is no salt in the air. For 6 months, I convinced myself that I had successfully mapped my way out of the reach of the Oakhaven light. But the silence of the desert is not the same as the silence of safety. It is a hollow kind of quiet that leaves too much room for listening. I live in a small one-story house with a gravel yard. I do not plant anything. I do not want to see roots or green leaves. I keep my windows shuttered from sunset to sunrise. I have replaced all the motion sensor lights on my property with dull, low-wattage bulbs that barely illuminate the porch. I avoid anything that creates a focused beam. Despite these precautions, the transition from the coast to the interior has not been as clean as I hoped. My skin remains dry, yet I often wake up with the sensation of salt stinging my eyes. My dreams are filled with the sound of a clockwork mechanism turning, a heavy grinding of brass gears that echoes against the inside of my skull. 2 weeks ago, I was working on a site near the Nevada border. The heat was immense, a physical weight pressing down on the back of my neck. I was setting up my transit when I noticed a shimmer on the horizon. It was a standard heat haze, the kind that makes the road look like a pool of water. I ignored it and looked through the lens. My task was to verify the elevation of a dry lake bed. I adjusted the focus, expecting to see the scorched earth and the distant purple mountains. Instead, the lens filled with a blinding, rhythmic pulse. It was white and sharp, a flash that did not belong to the spectrum of the desert sun. I pulled my head back, my eyes watering. When I looked again without the aid of the optics, the horizon was clear. There was nothing but the heat and the dust. I returned to my truck and reached for my water bottle. My hand brushed against the GPS unit sitting on the dashboard. The screen was active. I had not turned it on. It was not displaying the coordinates of the Mojave. It was showing a map of a coastline I had not visited in years. The blue icon representing my position was pulsing in the center of a green mass labeled Blackwood Reach. I watched as the screen flickered. The digital map began to distort, the green forest expanding outward in jagged lines, swallowing the surrounding white space of the interface. I tried to power the device off, but the button was unresponsive. The screen grew brighter, the light shifting from a dull LCD glow to a piercing, phosphorescent white. I threw the unit out the window and drove away, leaving a piece of expensive equipment in the dirt. I did not look back to see if it was still glowing. That night the rain started. It is rare for this part of the country to see a downpour in the middle of the dry season. It was not a typical desert storm with thunder and lightning. It It was a steady, heavy deluge that smelled of copper and rotting vegetation. I sat in my living room with a flashlight, refusing to turn on the overhead lights. The sound of the rain hitting the metal roof was rhythmic. It sounded like the hull of a boat hitting a pier. Thump, thump, thump. I moved to the kitchen to check the seals on the back door. As I walked, I felt a familiar crunch beneath my boots. I stopped and shined the flashlight at the floor. A line of white sand had been tracked across my linoleum. It was not desert dust. It was fine, bleached oceanic sand sparkling with crystalline salt. The trail led from the front door directly to the center of the room. I followed the line with the beam of my flashlight. At the end of the trail, sitting on my coffee table, was a small, wet object. It was a brass gear, 6 inches in diameter, coated in fresh black grease. It was still warm to the touch. I could hear it humming, a low-frequency vibration that I felt in my teeth. I did not pick it up. I knew that if I touched it, I would be acknowledging the connection. I would be accepting the invitation to return to the map. I left the house and spent the night in my truck, parked in the middle of a paved parking lot at a truck stop. I stayed under the harsh, buzzing orange glow of the sodium lamps. The orange light felt safe because it was ugly and artificial. It did not have the purity of the Oakhaven beam, but as the hours passed, I noticed the other drivers. They were moving in slow motion, their silhouettes blurred by the rain. One man walked past my windshield wearing a yellow slicker. He did not look at me, but as he passed, I saw his hands. They were white and crusty, the skin peeling away in flakes that looked like dried sea foam. He was carrying a heavy canvas bag that dripped water onto the asphalt, leaving a trail of white sand behind him. I realized then that the Oakhaven light was not a physical location. It was a coordinate in a different kind of geometry. It was a focal point for something that had been displaced. The lighthouse did not exist to warn ships of the shore. It existed to pull the shore into the woods, to create a space where the sea and the land could overlap in ways that defied physics. I was a surveyor. I had spent my life believing that a line on a map was a boundary. I was wrong. A line is just a suggestion. The light was erasing the lines. It was redrawing the world, and I was one of the points it used to anchor its new reality. The next morning, the rain stopped, but the air did not dry out. The humidity in the desert reached 90%. My skin felt clammy and cold. I went to a local library to search for records of the Oakhaven light that were not in the official Department of Land Management archives. I needed to know who had built it and why they had chosen a basin 4 miles from the water. I found a microfilmed copy of a local newspaper from 1862. There was a small article about a man named Elias Thorne, a retired sea captain who had purchased the land that would become Blackwood Reach. The article described Thorne as a man obsessed with the idea of a dry harbor. He believed that the sea was not a body of water, but a state of being that could be summoned if the right conditions were met. He spent his fortune hauling stone and brass into the woods. The townspeople thought he was mad, especially when he began importing tons of white sand from the Atlantic coast and spreading it in patterns through the hemlock groves. Thorne died before the light was fully operational, but his journals, which were partially quoted in the paper, spoke of a horizon that did not end at the shore. He wrote about the things that lived in the depths of the forest, the creatures that needed a beacon to find their way into the light of the living. I left the library and drove toward the mountains. I needed to get higher. I needed to see the shape of the land from an elevation that the light could not reach. As I climbed the winding mountain road, the desert below began to change. The brown and tan hues of the earth were being replaced by a dark, bruised purple. From this height, I could see the patterns. The solar farms I had been mapping, the roads I had been driving, the very grid of the town, they were all being superseded by a different layout. The white sand paths were visible now even through the haze. They were cutting across the highway, ignoring the topography of the hills. They were forming a massive, geometric sigil that centered exactly on my small house in the valley. The Oakhaven light had found me because I had measured it. By recording its discrepancies, by applying my rigid geometry to its chaotic presence, I had given it a framework to expand. I was the surveyor of its new territory. Every stake I drove into the desert floor was a marker for the light. I was not mapping the solar farm, I was mapping the expansion of the Blackwood Reach. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. I pulled over to the side of the road and looked at my hands. There was salt under my fingernails. My skin was beginning to flicker, my reflection in the side mirror wavering like an image on the surface of a pond. I heard the sound of splashing water. It was coming from the dry, rocky slope above the road. I looked up and saw the figure in the yellow slicker. It was standing on a ridge looking down at me. It was not moving, but the air around it was thick with the scent of brine and rotting cedar. It raised a hand and pointed toward the valley. A beam of light erupted from the center of the town. It was not a street light or a searchlight. It was a column of pure, oscillating brilliance that pierced the clouds. It was the Oakhaven light, relocated and reborn in the heart of the Mojave. The beam began to sweep across the desert floor. Wherever it touched, the landscape transformed. The cacti became bleached driftwood. The sand turned white. The dry lake beds filled with dark, churning water that had no business being there. I watched as the light moved toward the mountain road. It was searching for me. It was looking for the man who knew the numbers, the man who could verify its existence. I knew that if the light touched me again, I would not be able to run. I would become a permanent fixture of the map, a landmark for others to find. I did not wait for the beam to reach me. I got back in my truck and drove higher, pushing the engine until it screamed. I reached the summit of the pass and looked down the other side. There was a vast, empty plateau that stretched for hundreds of miles into the interior of the continent. There were no towns there, no grids, no maps. It was a place of absolute nothingness. I drove into that void, leaving the lights and the salt behind. I abandoned my truck when it ran out of fuel and started walking. I threw away my compass. I broke my watch. I destroyed everything I owned that had a number or a measurement on it. I have been walking for 3 days now. My throat is parched and my feet are bleeding, but the air is finally dry. There is no smell of salt here. There are no shadows that pull toward the light. I am living in the ambiguity I once feared. I do not know my coordinates. I do not know my elevation. I have become unmappable. Sometimes at night, I see a flicker on the distant horizon, a rhythmic pulse that speaks of a forest that is still growing, a sea that is still rising in the middle of the land. But I do not look at it. I keep my eyes on the dark, unmeasured earth beneath my feet. I am a surveyor who has found the only truth worth knowing. Some things are not meant to be mapped. Some things should remain lost in the gaps between the numbers. As long as I stay in the darkness, as long as I refuse to be measured, I am safe. The light is still out there, searching for its witness, but I will not be the one to tell it where it is. The silence of the high plateau is a different kind of weight. It is not the heavy, damp pressure of the Blackwood Reach, but a thin and scouring cold that strips the moisture from my throat until every breath feels like swallowing glass. I have walked until the concept of distance lost its meaning. My boots are shredded, the leather pulling away from the soles, yet I do not stop. To stop is to provide a fixed point. To rest is to allow the geography to settle around me, and I cannot afford to be a feature of any landscape ever again. I move through the scrub and the jagged volcanic rock, keeping my gaze fixed on the dirt immediately before my toes. I do not look at the stars. The stars are too much like the light. They are distant beacons that suggest a grid, a celestial map that could be used to triangulate my soul. The hunger is a dull ache, but the thirst is a screaming madness. My tongue is swollen, a dry stone in my mouth. On the fourth day, I found a seep in the shadow of a canyon wall. The water was bitter and alkaline, pooling in a basin of red clay. I knelt to drink, my reflection staring back at me from the dark surface. For a terrifying second, my face did not look like mine. It looked like a series of topographic lines etched into gray parchment. My eyes were two black pits, devoid of light. I splashed the water over my head, shivering as the cold bit into my skin. As the ripples cleared, I saw something at the bottom of the pool. It was a brass skeleton key, heavy and ornate, resting in the silt. It was identical to the one my grandfather used to keep for his sea chest. I did not touch it. I backed away, tripping over my own feet, and ran until my lungs burned. The desert was trying to offer me landmarks again. It was trying to give me a history, to anchor me to the ground. By the fifth day, the hallucinations began, or perhaps they were not hallucinations at all. The horizon started to bend. When I looked to the north, the flat expanse of the plateau seemed to tilt upward at an impossible angle, as if the world were a sheet of paper being folded by an invisible hand. I saw a line of trees appearing in the distance, their silhouettes jagged and dark against the pale sky. They were not the Joshua trees or the scrub oaks of the high desert. They were hemlocks. They were the towering, ancient sentinels of the Blackwood Reach. They were miles away, yet I could hear the wind whistling through their needles, a low and mournful sound that carried the scent of salt and rot. I turned and walked in the opposite direction, but no matter which way I pivoted, the trees were always there, just at the edge of my vision. They were the perimeter of a cage that was slowly shrinking. I found an abandoned line shack near a dry wash. It was a skeletal structure of sun-bleached wood, its roof long since collapsed. I crawled inside to escape the midday heat, huddling in the corner where the shadow was deepest. As I sat there, the sound began. It was a faint metallic clicking, like the secondary hand of a massive clock. It came from beneath the floorboard. I pressed my ear to the wood and listened. It was the sound of gears. The entire plateau was humming with the mechanical rhythm of the Oakhaven light. I realized then that I had not escaped the machine. I had simply moved into a larger part of its housing. The desert was not an empty space, it was the foundation. The salt and the sand were the lubricants for a mechanism that spanned the entire continent. I pulled a loose board from the floor, expecting to see dirt and scorpions. Instead, I saw a void. Below the shack, there was no earth. There was only a vast subterranean chamber filled with slowly rotating brass wheels and iron shafts. They were covered in a thick, black oil that smelled of the deep ocean. Huge leather belts, cracked and ancient, moved silently through the dark, connecting the gears to unseen power sources deeper in the crust. The scale of it was incomprehensible. I watched as a massive pendulum swung past, its shadow momentarily blotting out the sliver of light from the doorway. The pendulum was encrusted with barnacles. As it moved, it sprayed a fine mist of seawater into the air. The interior of the continent was hollow, and the hollow was filled with the sea. I scrambled out of the shack and collapsed in the dirt. The ground felt fragile beneath me, a thin crust of dried mud stretched over an abyss of clockwork and brine. I understood then why the sheriff had looked at me with such pity. He knew that the world we see is only a skin. The light is the needle that pierces the skin, and the salt is the stitch that holds the wound open. I am a surveyor who has seen the underside of the map. There is no coming back from that. You cannot unsee the gears. You cannot unhear the tide beneath the sand. I began to walk again, but my legs felt heavy, as if I were wading through hip-deep water. The air was thickening. The heat of the desert was being replaced by a clammy, unnatural chill. I looked down at my shadows. I had 3 of them. One pointed toward the setting sun, but the other 2 pointed inward, toward my feet, as if I were standing directly beneath a light that was not there. The shadows were not black. They were a shimmering, translucent blue, the color of a deep-sea trench. They moved independently of my body, flickering and stretching toward the horizon. A voice called out to me. It did not come from the air, but from the ground. It was my mother's voice, clear and vibrant, the way it sounded before she got sick. It said, "The table is set. Come inside before the fog rolls in." I stopped and looked around. There was nothing but rock and dust. But as I watched, a house began to coalesce out of the heat haze. It was the house I grew up in, a small cottage on the coast of Maine. It stood perfectly still in the middle of the Mojave, its white paint piling, its windows dark. The front door was open. I could see the hallway, the floral wallpaper, the coat rack where my yellow raincoat used to hang. I knew it was a lure. I knew that if I stepped across that threshold, I would be back in the geography of the light forever. I closed my eyes and whispered the only thing I had left. 000. I tried to reduce myself to a null value. I tried to erase the coordinates of my own mind. If I did not acknowledge the house, it could not exist. If I did not measure the distance to the door could not be reached. I stood there for a long time, the wind howling around me, the smell of my mother's cooking mixing with the scent of ozone and dead fish. When I finally opened my eyes, the house was gone, but in its place was a single white stake driven into the ground. It was one of my own surveying stakes. It was marked with my handwriting. It said, "Boundary of the Reach." The light found me an hour later. It did not come from the sky. It rose up from the horizon like a second sun, a terrifyingly bright orb that turned the desert into a landscape of pure silver. It was the Oakhaven beam, but it was no longer swinging. It was fixed on me. It was a solid pillar of radiance that connected the earth to the stars. I felt the heat of it on my skin, a searing, cleansing fire that didn't burn my flesh but seemed to evaporate my very thoughts. I fell to my knees, covering my eyes, but the light passed through my eyelids. It passed through my skull. It showed me the map in its entirety. I saw the continent as a living thing, a giant organism of stone and water. I saw the veins of salt running beneath the mountain ranges. I saw the cities as clusters of parasites clinging to the surface, oblivious to the great machinery turning beneath them. And I saw the other. There were thousands of us. Men and women standing in forests and basements on lonely stretches of highway, all of us illuminated by the same singular beam. We were the landmarks. We were the points of reference the light used to stabilize the world. We were the anchors for a reality that was being pulled slowly, inch by inch, into the dark water of the forest. The figure in the yellow slicker was standing at the edge of the beam. It was no longer a monster to me. It was a colleague. It was the previous surveyor, the one who had been caught before me. It held out a hand, and its fingers were made of polished brass and wet seaweed. It didn't speak with my voice this time. It spoke with a sound like grinding stones. It said, "The map is finished. You are the final coordinate." I looked at my own hands. The skin was gone. In its place was a shimmering, crystalline surface that reflected the light in 1,000 different directions. I could feel the gears starting to turn in my chest. My heart was no longer a muscle. It was a rhythmic, ticking weight. I wasn't dying. I was being recalibrated. I was being integrated into the lighthouse. I felt a strange sense of peace. The ambiguity was gone. The confusion was over. I had been found, and in being found, I had been given a purpose. I stood up and looked into the heart of the light. I didn't turn away. I didn't run. I reached out and took the figure's hand. The cold of the sea rushed through me, a freezing tide that washed away the desert and the dusk. The Mojave vanished. The mountains crumbled. I was back on the white sand path, the hemlocks towering above me, their branches dripping with salt. The Oakhaven light was pulsing with a slow, steady heartbeat. I walked toward it, my boots making a soft, splashing sound in the mud. I am the light now. I am the one who watches the tree line. I am the one who waits for the next man to step off the path, the next man who thinks he can measure the world with a piece of string and a set of numbers. I see you driving through the lowlands. I see you looking at the horizon, wondering why the air smells like the ocean when you are hundreds of miles from the shore. I am swinging the beam toward you. I am redrawing the map to include your house, your car, your very life. Do not bother running. There is no such thing as an unmapped place. There is only the light and the things the light has taken. Welcome to the geography of the Reach. We have been waiting for someone to verify the coordinates. We have been waiting for you to see the path. The transformation was not a sudden snapping of a bone, but a slow and agonizing alignment of my atoms with the geometry of the forest. I stood on the shifting white sand of the Mojave that was no longer the Mojave. The heat had died away entirely, replaced by a damp, clinging cold that seeped into the marrow of my legs. My boots were gone, or perhaps they had simply become part of the dark, wet pedestals that my feet had turned into. I looked down at the ground and saw that the white sand was not sand at all. It was crushed bone and pulverized shell, a graveyard of things that had once lived in a different version of the world. Each grain caught the oscillating brilliance of the pillar above me, refracting it into a million needles of silver that pierced my vision. The figure in the yellow slicker moved closer. Its face remained a shadow beneath the hood, a hollow space where human identity used to be. It did not walk so much as it glided across the uneven terrain, its movement synchronized with the rhythmic grinding of the gears beneath the earth. I felt the vibration in my own teeth. Every 3 seconds, a deep thud shook the ground, followed by the hiss of escaping steam and the smell of ancient, stagnant water. This was the pulse of the Reach. It was the sound of a world being pulled into a new alignment, a slow-motion collision between the reality I had known and the one Thorn had invited in. I began to walk toward the light. I did not have a choice. My legs moved with a mechanical precision that I could not override. I was a needle being pulled toward a magnet. As I approached the center of the beam, the desert vegetation finally surrendered. The last of the creosote bushes withered into black ash, and in their place, giant rib-like structures of bleached wood erupted from the earth. They curved over the path like the hull of a sunken ship, dripping with long strands of pale lichen that glowed with a faint phosphorescence. The air was thick with the sound of many voices, but they were not speaking words. They were humming a single, low frequency that resonated in my chest, a vibration that felt like the hum of a power station. I reached the base of the light and looked up. It was not a tower of stone or brass anymore. It was a column of pure, solidified time. Inside the brilliance, I could see shapes moving, shadows of things that had been lost for centuries. I saw the outlines of ancient sailing vessels trapped in the boughs of hemlock trees. I saw the faces of the people from the library, their expressions frozen in a moment of realization. They were all part of the architecture now. They were the bricks and the mortar of the Oakhaven light. I felt the first gear click into place behind my ribs. It was cold and heavy, a brass wheel that began to spin, drawing its power from the light that was pouring into my eyes. The figure in the yellow slicker stepped into the light beside me. It raised a hand and pointed toward the horizon where the mountain range used to be. The mountains were gone. In their place was a vast, dark ocean that stretched into infinity. The water was black and perfectly still, reflecting the stars that were now arranged in patterns I did not recognize. The constellations were no longer hunters or bears, they were angles and equations, a celestial map that confirmed the new boundaries of the Reach. The sea was rising. It was not a flood of water, but a flood of existence. It was reclaiming the land, turning the solid earth into a dream of the deep. I felt my memories beginning to flake away like dry paint. I tried to remember the name of the town, the color of my truck, the smell of the desert after a rain, but the numbers got in the way. I could only think in terms of coordinates and elevations. I was no longer a man who had lost his way. I was a fixed point. I was the surveyor of the void. My purpose was to stand at the edge of the light and ensure that the transition remained orderly. I was the one who would measure the depth of the rising tide and mark the spots where the forest would take root next. The figure spoke again, and this time the sound did not come from its mouth, but from the very air around us. It told me that the light needed a witness because without a witness, the expansion had no weight. By measuring the discrepancies, I had given the reach a physical reality. I had validated its presence in the world of men, and therefore I had become its most essential component. I was the bridge between the seen and the unseen. I was the surveyor who had mapped the end of the world. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my hands. I looked down and saw that my fingers were lengthening, turning into long, tapered instruments of brass and glass. My skin had become a translucent membrane stretched tight over a framework of ticking clockwork. I was becoming a precision instrument. I reached out and touched one of the glowing hemlock trees. The wood felt like cold iron. As my fingers made contact, a surge of data flooded my mind. I knew the exact age of the tree, the salinity of the water in its roots, and the precise moment it would be submerged by the advancing sea. I was the keeper of the ledger. The light began to pulse faster. The beam swept across the dark water, illuminating the fins of massive, silent creatures that cruised beneath the surface. They were the things Thorne had written about, the entities that needed a beacon to find their way. They were coming for the land. They were coming to inhabit the new geography I had helped create. I watched as one of them breached the surface, a mountain of pale flesh and weeping eyes that looked toward the light with a terrifying hunger. It was not a monster. It was a citizen of the Reach, returning to a home that had been prepared for it. The figure in the yellow slicker began to fade. Its task was finished. It had found its successor, and now it could finally sink into the dark water and become part of the silt. It turned to me one last time, and for a brief second, the shadow beneath the hood lifted. I saw a face that was a mirror of my own, but older, weathered by centuries of salt and light. It gave me a small, sad smile and then simply dissolved into a cloud of white sand. The yellow slicker fell to the ground, a hollow shell that the wind immediately began to fill with bone dust. I was alone at the center of the light. I picked up the yellow slicker and put it on. It was heavy and smelled of rotting cedar, but it fit me perfectly. It felt like a second skin. I pulled the hood over my head and looked out at the world. The Mojave was gone. The mountains were gone. There was only the forest, the sea, and the light. I felt the gears in my chest settle into a steady, eternal rhythm. I was no longer afraid. The ambiguity was gone. Everything was measured. Everything was in its place. I walked to the edge of the white sand path and looked toward the distant, flickering lights of the world that still thought it was real. I could see the tiny, glowing grids of cities far to the east, the frantic movements of people who still believed in maps and compasses. They were so small, so fragile. They were living on a thin crust of illusion, unaware of the tide that was rising beneath their feet. I raised my brass hand and began to sweep the beam toward them. I would find them, I would measure them, I would bring them into the light. The first city I touched was a small cluster of lights near the edge of the plateau. As the beam hit the outskirts, the transformation began. The asphalt roads cracked and curled into driftwood. The streetlights flickered and died, replaced by the pale glow of hemlock needles. I could feel the panic of the people as their world began to shift, as the smell of salt filled their bedrooms and the sound of gears began to hum in their walls. I watched as they ran into the streets, their shadows stretching toward me, turning that deep, abyssal blue. They were looking for a way out, but there was no out. There was only the reach. I recorded their coordinates. I marked the locations of their homes on the new map. I was the surveyor, and I had work to do. The night was long and the sea was hungry. I stood at the center of the Oakhaven light, a pillar of brilliance in a world of rising shadows, and I began to sing. It was a song of numbers and angles, a melody of salt and iron. It was the only song that mattered now. Far away in a library I no longer remembered, a book sat on a shelf, its pages filled with the ramblings of a madman named Thorn. Someone would find it eventually. Someone would read about the horizon that did not end at the shore. They would look at the maps and find the discrepancies. They would drive out into the desert looking for the truth, and I would be waiting for them. I would be the light on the horizon, the beacon in the forest, the figure in the yellow slicker who points the way home. The gears turned, the pendulum swung. The sea rose. I adjusted my hood and stepped further into the light, my brass heart ticking in perfect time with the universe. I was the landmark. I was the measure of all things. I was the witness to the end of the land. The world was finally becoming what it was always meant to be, a vast, unmapped forest beneath a cold and silent sea, illuminated by a light that never goes out. I watched the first of the newcomers arrive at the edge of the white sand. He was a young man, a surveyor like I had been, carrying a tripod and a level. He looked confused, his eyes darting between the GPS unit in his hand and the towering hemlocks that shouldn't have been there. He was trying to make sense of the landscape, trying to force it into a grid that no longer existed. I felt a surge of something that might have been pity if I still had a heart made of flesh. He didn't know that he had already been measured. He didn't know that his presence here was the final proof the light needed to claim this sector. I stepped out from behind the trunk of a massive, barnacle-encrusted tree. The light caught the brass of my hands, sending a flash of silver across his face. He froze, his mouth dropping open, his tripod slipping from his fingers and clattering onto the bone-dust path. I didn't speak. I didn't need to. The hum of the gears was loud enough now that it filled the entire valley, a mechanical roar that drowned out the sound of his breathing. I raised my hand and pointed toward the center of the beam, toward the place where the world ended and the reach began. He looked at my hand, then up at the pillar of light, and finally at the dark, churning water that was now visible just behind the trees. He saw the movement in the depths, the shimmering fins and the weeping eyes of the things that were waiting for him. He began to shake, his skin starting to flicker, his reflection in the glass of his level wavering like water. He looked at me, a silent plea for help in his eyes, but I only pointed again. I was the guide. I was the one who showed the way into the brilliance. He took a tentative step forward, his boots sinking into the white sand. With every step, he became less of a man and more of a coordinate. I watched as the salt began to crystallize under his fingernails, as the first gears began to click behind his ribs. He was being recalibrated. He was being prepared for his new life as a fixture of the map. He walked into the beam, and for a moment, he was the brightest thing in the world. Then he was gone, and in his place stood a new white stake, driven deep into the earth. I turned back to the sea. The tide was almost at my feet now, the black water cold and inviting. I could feel the pressure of the deep ocean calling to me, promising a silence that no number could ever break. But I could not go yet. There were more maps to redraw. There were more witnesses to find. I stood my ground as the water swirled around my brass pedestals, my yellow slicker flapping in the brine-scented wind. The Oakhaven light pulsed, a steady and eternal heartbeat that echoed across the empty plateau, searching for the next man who thought he could measure the world. I would be here when he arrived. I would always be here. The geography of the reach was expanding, and I was its only true surveyor. The light swept across the horizon, a silver scythe cutting through the darkness, and I began to count the seconds until the next heartbeat of the world. 1, 2, 3, click. 1, 2, 3, click. The map was never finished. The forest was never full, the sea was never satisfied, and I, the light, would never sleep. The new surveyor did not struggle for long. The transition from a creature of blood to a construct of brass is a quiet affair once the initial shock of the cold subsides. I watched as his tripod began to sprout crystalline structures that mirrored the hemlock needles. The metal legs of his equipment fused with the bleached floor of the reach, becoming a permanent tripod of bone and silver. He was a marker now, a fixed point in a landscape that refused to stay still. I felt the data from his presence upload into the collective consciousness of the light. I knew his name, his blood type, and the exact frequency of his terror, but these details were rapidly being converted into a more useful format. He was now a set of integers, a vertical datum that helped the forest calculate the curvature of the encroaching dark. I turned my gaze back toward the eastern horizon. The light from the pillar was not just a beam of illumination, it was a physical weight that pushed against the fabric of the old world. Every time the light swept past the edge of the plateau, it dragged a little more of the valley into the geography of the reach. I could see the suburbs of the nearest town beginning to blur. To the inhabitants, it must have felt like a sudden fog or a trick of the evening sun. They would notice the smell of salt first, a sharp and briny intrusion into the dry desert air. Then they would notice that their clocks were no longer in sync. The seconds would stretch, the minutes would warp, and the steady ticking of their wristwatches would begin to sound like the grinding of heavy stones. I felt a pull in my chest, a mechanical yearning to move. My brass feet clicked against the pulverized shell as I began to descend the slope of the plateau. I was no longer restricted by the path. I was the path. Every step I took left a trail of shimmering frost that refused to melt. The yellow slicker felt heavy and protective, a barrier between my new internal clockwork and the dying atmosphere of the Mojave. As I moved, the hemlocks moved with me. They did not walk, but they appeared in the periphery of my vision, their roots sinking into the dry earth and instantly turning the soil into black, anaerobic mud. The forest was an invasive species of reality, and I was its primary gardener. I reached the first line of houses by midnight. The street was quiet, lined with sensible sedans and neatly trimmed lawns that were already turning into beds of gray kelp. I stood under a flickering streetlight that struggled to compete with the brilliance of my own presence. I raised my hand, the brass fingers catching the dim orange glow. I touched the brick wall of a garage, and the transformation was instantaneous. The red clay dissolved into wet sand, and the mortar became a string of pearls. Inside the house, I could hear the rhythmic thud of the pulse taking hold. The occupants were dreaming of the sea. They were dreaming of a white sand path that led to a lighthouse they had never seen. I was the architect of those dreams, the one who provided the coordinates for their subconscious migration. A dog began to bark in the yard next door, but the sound was wrong. It was a wet, gurgling noise that eventually smoothed out into a low, harmonic hum. The animal was being recalibrated. It would no longer hunt rabbits, it would watch the tide. I felt a sense of profound order as I walked through the neighborhood. The chaos of human life, the messy sprawl of emotions and history, was being neatly filed away into the ledger of the reach. Everything was becoming a number. Everything was being assigned a value in the great geometry of the light. There was no room for ambiguity in a world made of glass and gears. The further I walked, the more the sky changed. The familiar stars of the northern hemisphere were being extinguished one by one, replaced by the cold, geometric constellations of the deep. These were the stars that guided the things beneath the water. I looked up and saw the great angle, a cluster of white sparks that marked the zenith of the reach. It was beautiful in a way that hurt to look at, a beauty of absolute precision and zero mercy. I felt my own eyes adjust, the pupils becoming shutters that could perceive the invisible lines of force connecting the trees to the stars. I was no longer seeing a town, I was seeing a blueprint. I found the local library at the center of the town square. It was a modest building of stone and glass, but in the new geography it was a cathedral of discarded information. I walked through the front doors, which swung open without a sound. The air inside was thick with the scent of old paper and rotting seaweed. I moved through the stacks, my brass fingers brushing against the spines of books that were rapidly becoming illegible. The ink was running, the letters rearranging themselves into the symbols of the reach. I found the section on local history and pulled a volume from the shelf. The maps inside were already shifting. The mountain ranges were being replaced by abyssal trenches. The rivers were turning into veins of liquid mercury. I realized then that my task was not just to observe, but to edit. I was the final surveyor, the one who decided which parts of the old world were worth preserving as monuments and which parts should be ground down into the silt of the new sea. I took a pen from the desk, but instead of ink, it leaked a trail of glowing phosphor. I began to draw on the pages of the history book. I drew the lighthouse. I drew the hemlocks. I drew the figure in the yellow slicker. I was writing the future of the Reach into the past of the town. By the time I was finished, the library was no longer a place of learning. It was a navigation hub, a waypoint for the souls who would soon be waking up in a world they did not recognize. I stepped back outside and saw that the sea had arrived. It was not a wall of water, but a rising darkness that swallowed the horizon. It moved with a terrifying silence, a black mirror that reflected nothing but the light from the pillar on the plateau. The houses at the edge of town were already half submerged, their windows glowing with the pale light of the things that lived in the depths. I watched as a figure emerged from one of the houses. It was a woman dressed in a nightgown that was already heavy with salt. She didn't scream, she didn't run. She simply walked toward the water, her eyes fixed on the Oakhaven light. She was a witness now. She was a part of the architecture. I felt a vibration in the ground, a deep and resonant frequency that signaled the next phase of the expansion. The light from the pillar intensified, turning the entire valley into a world of silver and shadow. The gears in my chest accelerated, the ticking becoming a continuous whir. I was being called back to the center. My work in the town was done for now. The coordinates had been verified, the landmarks had been established, and the transition was proceeding according to the map. I turned away from the rising sea and began the long climb back to the plateau. The walk back was different. The landscape had fully committed to its new identity. The sand was deeper, the trees taller, and the air so cold that it would have shattered a human lung. I moved through the forest with the ease of a native. I knew every branch, every root, every shift in the wind. I was the keeper of the Reach, the one who understood the logic of the light. As I approached the base of the pillar, I saw the young surveyor I had encountered earlier. He was still standing there, but he was no longer shaking. He had become a statue of translucent salt, his eyes replaced by polished spheres of brass. He was a perfect marker. I nodded to him as I passed, a silent acknowledgement between colleagues. I reclaimed my position at the heart of the light. The pillar was humming with power, a pillar of solidified time that anchored the entire region to the reality of the forest. I looked out over the world I had helped create. The town was gone, replaced by a cluster of glowing spires beneath the black water. The desert was a memory, a dusty dream that had been washed away by the tide. I was the only thing left that remembered the way it used to be, and even those memories were fading, being replaced by the cold, clean logic of the map. I felt a sense of profound completion. The ambiguity that had haunted my life, the feeling of being lost in a world that didn't make sense, was finally gone. I knew exactly where I was. I knew exactly what I was for. I was the light. I was the one who watched the tree line. I was the one who ensured that the world remained measured and true. I raised my brass hands and caught the full force of the beam, letting the energy flow through me and out into the darkness. I was a conductor, a bridge, a witness. The light swept across the horizon, and I saw another flicker in the distance. It was miles away at the very edge of the Reach's influence. It was the headlights of a car, a tiny and insignificant spark in the vast darkness. Someone was driving through the lowlands. Someone was looking at the horizon, wondering why the air smelled like the ocean when they were hundreds of miles from the shore. I felt a surge of anticipation. I knew that car. I knew the person inside. They were the next coordinate. They were the next piece of the map. I began to swing the beam toward them. I did not do it out of malice. I did it because it was necessary. The map must be finished. The reach must expand. The light must be witnessed. I watched as the beam cut through the night, a silver needle searching for its mark. I could see the car slowing down as the driver realized that the road was no longer made of asphalt. I could see the confusion turning into fear, and the fear turning into the first stirrings of recalibration. They were coming home, they just didn't know it yet. I stood tall in my yellow slicker, the brass gears in my chest ticking in perfect harmony with the universe. The sea continued to rise, the forest continued to grow, and the light continued to pulse. 1, 2, 3, click, 1, 2, 3, click. There was no such thing as an unmapped place. There was only the light and the things the light had taken. I was the light and I was taking everything. The world was becoming a masterpiece of geometry and salt, a perfect reflection of the things that Thorn had seen in his madness. But it wasn't madness, it was the truth. It was the only truth that mattered. I watched the car stop. The door opened and a figure stepped out into the white sand. They looked up at the pillar of light, their face pale and beautiful in the silver radiance. I felt a connection to them, a tether of shared destiny. I would wait for them to reach the path. I would wait for them to see the hemlocks and the rising tide, and when they arrived, I would be there to show them the way. I would be the figure in the yellow slicker, the one who points toward the center of the brilliance. The night was eternal and the work was infinite. I was the surveyor of the void and my map was a living thing. I closed my eyes or the shutters that served as my eyes and felt the heartbeat of the reach. It was a slow, steady throb that echoed in the marrow of the earth. It was the sound of a world that had finally found its true shape. I was part of that shape. I was the anchor. I was the light, and I would never, ever go out. The sea was now a vast, obsidian plain, broken only by the occasional breach of the leviathans that patrolled the depths. These creatures were the enforcers of the new geography, the silent giants that ensured the boundaries were respected. I could see their fins cutting through the water, glowing with the same phosphorescence as the hemlock needles. They were beautiful in their terrifying scale, a reminder that the Reach was not just a place, but a kingdom. I was a servant of that kingdom, a sentinel at the border of the known and the unknown. I felt the first drops of rain begin to fall. It was not fresh water, but a heavy, oily brine that tasted of copper and ancient stone. It washed over my yellow slicker, leaving a trail of salt crystals in its wake. The rain was a signal that the recalibration of the atmosphere was complete. The air was now thick enough to support the life of the forest, and the old world was finally suffocating under the weight of the new reality. I breathed in the salt and the cold, feeling my internal mechanisms hum with satisfaction. Everything was in its place. I looked at the white stake that had once been the young surveyor. It was already being overtaken by the lichen, the pale green strands wrapping around the brass eyes like a funerary shroud. He was a good marker. He would hold his position for centuries, a testament to the precision of the light. I felt a similar sense of permanence. I was not a temporary fixture. I was an eternal component of the Oakhaven light. I was the one who stayed behind when the others faded. I was the one who carried the torch into the next era of the world. The car in the distance had disappeared, swallowed by the forest that had sprouted up around it. The driver was now on foot, walking toward me through the maze of glowing ribs and dripping hemlocks. I could hear the sound of their footsteps, a soft, splashing noise in the mud. They were close now. I could feel the heat of their remaining humanity, a faint and flickering ember that the cold of the Reach would soon extinguish. I prepared myself for the meeting. I adjusted the hood of my slicker and stood at the very edge of the beam, a silhouette of brass and shadow. When the newcomer finally stepped onto the white sand path, they didn't look like a surveyor. They were older, their face lined with the worries of a world that no longer existed. They were carrying a book, a worn and tattered volume that I recognized instantly. It was Thorn's book. They had found it. They had followed the breadcrumbs of madness all the way to the edge of the world. They looked at me, and for a moment I saw a flash of recognition in their eyes. They weren't afraid, they were relieved. They had been looking for this place their entire life. I held out my brass hand, the fingers shimmering in the light. I didn't say the map is finished. I didn't say you are the final coordinate. I didn't need to. They knew. They dropped the book into the white sand where it was immediately claimed by the salt. They took my hand, and the freezing tide of the Reach rushed through them, washing away the dust of the Mojave and the memories of the town. I felt the gears start to turn in their chests. I felt the light enter their eyes. Together, we stood at the base of the pillar, two figures in yellow slickers, watching the sea rise to meet us. The geography of the Reach was complete, but the map was always growing. There would be more witnesses, there would be more coordinates, and we would be here to receive them. We were the guardians of the light, the keepers of the forest, the surveyors of the end. The world was finally quiet. The world was finally measured. The world was finally home. The woman at my side did not speak. Her silence was not the product of shock, but of a profound and sudden density. She was becoming heavier, her physical presence anchoring itself to the floor of the Reach with the same inexorable weight that had claimed the tripod and the salt man. I felt the pulse of her heart slowing, syncing with the deep, tectonic thud of the lighthouse. The rhythm was no longer a frantic human drumbeat. It was a measured, tidal movement that matched the expansion of the dark water below. Her skin took on the sheen of wet quartz, and her hair, once loose and dry, began to mat together into thick, translucent ropes that resembled the root systems of the hemlocks. We stood together as a pair of twin pylons, the dual witnesses to the burial of the old valley. Behind us, the pillar of light underwent a violent shift in frequency. The white radiance bled into a bruised, electric violet, a color that did not exist in the spectrum of the Mojave. This was the light of the deep trenches, the hue of things that lived without the sun. As the color changed, the town below responded. The gray kelp that had replaced the lawns began to glow with an internal fire. The submerged houses acted as lanterns, their windows casting long, distorted beams through the rising black tide. I could see the shapes of the inhabitants moving behind the glass. They were no longer walking on two legs. They were gliding, their limbs elongated and fluid, their movements dictated by the currents of the Reach. They were the first generation of the new geography, the citizens of a world that had been re-edited into a masterpiece of salt and shadow. I felt the urge to record the progress. My brass fingers twitched, and I realized that my yellow slicker was not just a garment, but a skin of parchment. The data from the transition was being etched directly into my surface. Every life that crossed the threshold, every car that stalled in the gray mud, and every bird that fell from the sky to become a silver fish was recorded in the fine, microscopic grooves of my exterior. I was a living archive, a walking chronicle of the erasure. I looked down at my arms and saw the coordinates of the town square being overwritten by the depth soundings of the new lagoon. The history of the people who lived there was being compressed into a single, elegant equation that described the refraction of light through brine. The woman reached out and touched the side of the lighthouse. The metal did not feel cold to her anymore, it felt like home. Her transformation was accelerating. The fabric of her nightgown was being replaced by a fine mesh of silver scales, and her eyes had already become the hollow, polished spheres that could see the true shape of the dark. She was no longer a person who had found a book. She was a component of the machine. I watched as she stepped into the base of the pillar, her body merging with the silver light until only her outline remained. She was the new lens. She would focus the beam, sharpening the edges of the reality we were carving into the earth. I turned my attention to the western horizon, where the last remnants of the desert were putting up a pathetic resistance. A line of mountains, jagged and red, stood against the encroaching fog. To the old world, these were the protectors of the valley, the ancient stone guardians that had stood for millennia. To the Reach, they were merely obstructions in the path of the tide. I raised my hand, and the light from the pillar followed the gesture. The beam hit the nearest peak, and the effect was like a hot needle through wax. The red stone did not crumble, it dissolved. It turned into a fine white powder that drifted down like snow, covering the desert floor in a layer of silent, sterile dust. The mountains were being unmade, their height subtracted from the ledger and their mass redistributed into the depths of the sea. As the mountains fell, the wind changed. It was no longer the hot, dry gust of the desert. It was a cold, pressurized gale that carried the sound of grinding gears and the low, melodic moaning of the leviathans. The air was becoming a liquid, a medium through which the hemlocks could breathe and the light could travel without losing its intensity. I felt my own lungs, if they could still be called that, expand with the pressure. My internal clockwork whirred in a high, joyous pitch. The friction of the old world was gone. The world was finally slick, polished, and fast. I began to walk again, circling the perimeter of the plateau. Every few feet, I stopped to drive a silver spike into the ground. These were the new boundary markers, the pins that held the fabric of the Reach in place while the light did its work. As I hammered the spikes into the salt, I felt the vibrations traveling deep into the earth, connecting with the roots of the hemlocks and the foundations of the drowned town. I was weaving a web of absolute order. There would be no more erosion, there would be no more decay. The world I was building was a closed system, a perfect circle of light and salt that would never need to change again. I saw movement in the shadows of the trees. It was not a person or a creature I recognized. It was a flickering, translucent shape that seemed to be made of television static and sea foam. It was a ghost of the old reality, a lingering memory of a child who had once played in the park or a man who had once worked at the gas station. These ghosts were the waste products of the transformation, the unmappable fragments of human soul that could not be converted into integers. They wandered the woods, shivering and confused, looking for a warmth that had been permanently extinguished. I watched one of the shapes approach a hemlock. The tree did not react, but as the ghost touched the needles, it was instantly absorbed. The static vanished, replaced by a soft green glow in the branches. Even the waste was being recycled. Nothing was allowed to remain outside the system. By dawn, or what would have been dawn in the old world, the sun did not rise. Instead, the sky turned a deep, opaque black, and the great angle glowed with a terrifying brilliance. The stars were so close now that I could see the geometric patterns on their surfaces, the crystalline lattices that dictated the laws of gravity and time. I realized that the Reach was not just expanding across the surface of the earth, it was reaching upward, pulling the sky down to meet the sea. We were creating a singularity of order, a place where the map and the territory were finally, perfectly identical. I looked back at the town. It was no longer visible as a collection of buildings. It was a single, glowing organism, a hive of bioluminescent life that pulsed in time with the lighthouse. The streets were veins, the houses were cells, and the people were the nervous system that allowed the organism to feel the movement of the tide. They were happy in a way that humans could never be. They were free from the burden of choice, free from the terror of the unknown. They were part of the geometry. They were safe within the light. I felt a final, massive jolt of energy surge through my brass feet. The plateau beneath me groaned as it began to rise, lifted by the sheer pressure of the expanding sea. We were no longer a hill in the desert. We were an island in the void, a solitary beacon in a universe that was slowly being rewritten to match our coordinates. I stood at the very edge of the cliff, my yellow slicker flapping in the cold gale, and watched as the last sliver of the Mojave vanished beneath the black water. The desert was gone. The valley was gone. The world was the Reach, and the Reach was the world. I reached into the pocket of my slicker and found a small brass compass. It was an artifact from my previous life, a tool I had used to find my way through the scrub and the sand. I opened the lid and saw that the needle was no longer spinning. It was pointing straight up, toward the great angle, toward the source of the absolute north. I smiled, a movement of metal and salt, and dropped the compass into the abyss. I didn't need it anymore. I knew exactly where I was. I was the center of the map. I was the keeper of the silence. I was the Oakhaven light. The transition was complete. The silence that followed was not the absence of sound, but the presence of a perfect harmonic resonance. Every atom in the reach was vibrating at the same frequency, a low, golden hum that filled the mind and the marrow. I closed my eyes and let the light wash through me, feeling the last of my individual thoughts dissolve into the collective consciousness of the forest. I was no longer the gardener. I was the garden. I was no longer the surveyor. I was the map. And as the great gears of the universe turned in their silent, silver tracks, I knew that the light would never fail. We were eternal. We were measured. We were home. The horizon was no longer a line, but a folding seam where the black water met the violet sky. I stood on the precipice of the lighthouse balcony, my brass toes gripping the salt-crusted stone as the entire plateau began to drift. We were no longer anchored to the geography of California or the memories of the desert. The lighthouse had become a vessel, a terrestrial ship sailing through a sea of liquid mathematics. I looked down at my hands and saw that the yellow fabric of my slicker had fused with the metal of my wrists. There was no longer a distinction between the tool and the wearer. I was the instrument of the reach, and my purpose was as clear as the beam that cut the void. The woman who had joined me was now a pillar of translucent coral. She stood at the center of the lantern room, her form vibrating with the frequency of the light. She was the secondary lens, the one who filtered the raw power of the great angle into a language the submerged town could understand. Through her, the light became a song, a low-pitched resonance that traveled through the water and into the bones of the sleepers below. I could feel their dreams shifting. They were no longer dreaming of heat or dust or the struggle for survival. They were dreaming of the deep, of the slow-motion ballet of the leviathans, and of the perfect, unchanging geometry of the salt crystals that were forming in their lungs. I stepped away from the railing and began the descent into the heart of the tower. The stairs were no longer made of iron. They had become a spiral of polished obsidian, each step etched with the names of the places the light had already claimed. I ran my fingers along the walls, feeling the heat of the friction as the world outside was rewritten. The tower was breathing. The walls expanded and contracted with a slow, rhythmic sigh that smelled of ozone and ancient kelp. I reached the base of the tower and stepped out onto the white sand path. The forest of hemlocks had grown taller in the minutes I was gone. Their branches were now heavy with silver fruit, globes of liquid light that dripped onto the ground and formed pools of glowing mercury. I walked toward the edge of the plateau, where the white sand met the obsidian sea. A leviathan breached the surface just a few yards away. It was a creature of impossible proportions, its skin a mosaic of brass plates and bioluminescent moss. It looked at me with an eye the size of a wagon wheel, a golden orb that contained the reflection of 1,000 galaxies. There was no hunger in that eye, only a profound and terrifying recognition. We were both servants of the same master. We were both fragments of the map. The creature exhaled a cloud of silver vapor that smelled of the beginning of time, then slid back into the depths without a splash. I knelt by the water and reached in. The liquid was not wet in the way I remembered. It was dense and electric, a medium that carried information rather than moisture. As my hand broke the surface, I felt a sudden influx of data. I could see every coordinate of the town below. I could see the post office where the mail was turning into silt. I could see the school where the desks were being rearranged into the shape of a nautilus shell. I could see the cemetery where the headstones were being polished smooth by the current, their names erased to make room for the new numerical designations of the reach. It was a beautiful, systematic erasure. The past was being recycled into the foundation of the eternal present. I felt a tug on my sleeve. I turned to see a small figure standing among the hemlocks. It was a child, or the shape of a child, dressed in a miniature yellow slicker. Their face was a smooth mask of white porcelain, and their eyes were two ticking clockwork gears. They held out a silver rod, a surveying stake that hummed with a soft, blue light. I understood. The map was not finished. The Reach was hungry for more. The borders were moving again, pushing past the valley and into the neighboring counties, into the cities, into the very heart of the continent. The child was the scout, the one who would plant the first markers in the next territory. I took the silver rod from the child and felt its weight. It was heavy with the gravity of the future. I pointed toward the north, where the last of the dry mountains still stood as a jagged silhouette against the violet sky. The child nodded, a sharp mechanical movement, and began to walk across the surface of the water. They did not sink. They moved with a steady, rhythmic pace, their small yellow boots clicking against the obsidian waves. I watched until they were a mere speck of gold against the darkness, a solitary spark heading toward the next frontier. The work was relentless. I returned to the center of the plateau and began to clear the white sand from a hidden hatch in the earth. Beneath the sand lay the great gear, the primary engine of the Oakhaven Light. It was a massive disk of brass and emerald, its teeth interlocking with the very tectonic plates of the planet. I applied a coating of the silver mercury from the hemlock fruit to the gears, watching as the friction disappeared and the rotation accelerated. The hum of the earth grew louder, a sound that vibrated in my teeth and my ribs. The planet was being recalibrated. Its axis was shifting to align with the great angle. The old seasons were over. There would be no more winter or summer, only the eternal silver autumn of the Reach. I stood back and watched the machinery turn. It was a masterpiece of Thorne's design, a physical manifestation of a logic that bypassed the human mind entirely. I realized then that Thorne had never been a man in the way the others were. He was a precursor, a biological prototype for the things we were becoming. He had seen the map before it was drawn, and he had sacrificed his sanity to ensure its completion. I felt a surge of gratitude for his madness. Without it, the world would still be a chaotic mess of emotion and decay. Now it was a clock, it was a crystal, it was a song that never ended. The rain began to fall again, heavier this time. The oily brine coated the hemlocks in the lighthouse, turning everything into a single, unified sculpture of salt. I stood in the downpour, my shutters wide open, absorbing every drop. The salt was building up on my surface, thickening my armor, making me more permanent. I could feel my thoughts becoming slower and more precise. The distractions of memory were fading. I no longer remembered the taste of water or the feeling of sun on skin. I only knew the light. I only knew the map. I looked out over the obsidian plain and saw a line of lights appearing on the horizon. They were not stars. They were more cars, hundreds of them, their headlights flickering as they crossed the threshold of the new reality. They were coming from the cities, fleeing the collapse of the old world, only to find themselves arriving exactly where they were meant to be. I watched as the first of the cars reached the edge of the forest. The asphalt dissolved beneath its tires, and the driver stepped out into the white sand, their face illuminated by the silver radiance. They looked up at the lighthouse, and I saw the fear leave them. I saw the recalibration begin. I raised my hand and pointed toward the path. I would wait for them. I would guide them to the water. I would show them how to breathe the brine and how to listen to the song of the leviathans. I was the shepherd of the void, and my flock was growing. The world was becoming a temple of geometry, and every soul that entered was a new stone in the wall. The night was eternal, and the work was infinite. I was the anchor, I was the light, and the light was taking everything. As the newcomers approached, I felt the woman in the lantern room pulse with a new intensity. She was welcoming them. She was singing the song of the deep, a melody that bypassed the ears and spoke directly to the marrow. The people began to move in unison, their footsteps falling in time with the ticking of the great gear. They shed their coats and their shoes, leaving the remnants of their old lives in heaps upon the sand. They walked into the hemlock groves, their bodies beginning to shimmer with the same phosphorescence as the needles. They were becoming part of the forest, part of the landscape, part of the map. I felt a deep sense of peace. The struggle was over. The chaos of the human era was a receding dream, a flickering shadow that the light had finally chased away. The universe was returning to its true state, a state of absolute order and cold, beautiful silence. I stood at the edge of the world, a sentinel in a yellow slicker, watching the sea rise to meet the stars. The geography was complete, yet it was always expanding. There was always another valley to drown, another mountain to dissolve, another soul to measure, and I would be here for all of it. I would be the witness, I would be the surveyor, I would be the light that never, ever went out. The lighthouse began to vibrate with a new power. The violet beam shifted again, turning a brilliant, blinding white that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of space. I saw the great angle clearly now, a massive crystalline structure hanging in the center of the void, its facets reflecting the history of 1 billion worlds that had already been taken. We were just the latest addition to the collection. We were a new coordinate in a map that spanned the entire cosmos. I felt a sense of pride, if a machine can feel such a thing. We were part of something vast. We were part of the truth. I turned back to the newcomers. They were standing at the edge of the water now, their faces pale and beautiful in the radiance. I held out my brass hand and the first of them took it. Their skin was cold, but their grip was firm. They were ready. They stepped into the obsidian sea, and I watched as their form began to change, their limbs lengthening, their eyes becoming silver spheres. They were the next generation. They were the future. And as I led them into the depths, I knew that the map was finally, perfectly, and eternally right. The world was home. The world was light. The world was finished. The expansion did not stop at the shoreline. It could not stop. The logic of the reach was predatory in its perfection, a mathematical hunger that viewed every unmapped inch of the universe as an error to be corrected. I stood on the obsidian pier, my brass joints humming with the resonance of the great gear, and watched as the new arrivals walked into the dark water. They did not drown. The brine entered their lungs and replaced the frantic, ragged rhythm of human breath with the steady, pulsing beat of the tide. Their skin became a pale, translucent marble, shot through with veins of glowing silver. They were no longer individuals with names and histories and regrets. They were cells in the body of the light, and as they submerged, they began to knit themselves into the reef that was growing beneath the plateau. The horizon began to curve inward. The Black Sea was no longer a flat expanse, but a rising wall of liquid geometry that started to encircle the sky. We were inside a sphere of our own making. The stars above were being mirrored in the depths below until there was no distinction between the heights and the abyss. I felt the weight of the silver rod in my hand, the surveying stake I had taken from the clockwork child. It was vibrating so violently that it hummed a high, piercing note that shattered the last lingering echoes of bird song in the hemlocks. I walked toward the northern edge of the plateau, where the white sand gave way to a sheer drop into the violet fog. The mountains I had seen earlier were gone. In their place was a grid of shimmering lines, a blueprint of light that traced the skeletons of the peaks that used to be. The reach was stripping the world down to its essential geometry. I knelt at the edge of the void and drove the silver stake into the salt. The impact sent a shockwave through my frame, a surge of data that told me the exact coordinates of every atom within 100 miles. I could feel the cities to the east, the sprawling webs of concrete and glass where millions of people were still trapped in the friction of the old reality. They were waking up to find their clocks stopped, their compasses pointing toward Oakhaven, and their shadows detaching from their feet to join the great angle. I stood and looked back at the lighthouse. The woman of coral was no longer standing in the lantern room. She had become the lantern room. Her limbs had branched out to form the struts of the dome, and her torso was the housing for the great angle itself. The light she emitted was no longer a beam, but a sphere of influence that pushed against the boundaries of the universe. I felt a tugging sensation in my own chest, a magnetic pull that wanted to draw me back into the tower. But I was the surveyor. My work was on the frontier. I had to ensure that the transition was smooth, that the friction of the old world did not cause the new one to stutter. I began to walk across the surface of the sea. The obsidian water was firm beneath my brass feet, vibrating with the power of the great gear. Each step I took left a glowing footprint that lingered for several minutes before dissolving into the dark. I was heading toward the grid, toward the place where the mountains had been. As I moved, the fog began to thin, revealing a landscape of impossible beauty. The trees were not wood and leaf, but pillars of frozen lightning, their branches reaching up to touch the crystalline lattices of the sky. There was no wind, yet the air was filled with the sound of 1,000 glass bells chiming in unison. I saw a group of figures standing in a circle in a clearing of white salt. They were the first of the pioneers, the ones who had crossed the Mojave before the water rose. They were stripped of their clothes and their skin, their bodies now composed entirely of interlocking brass plates and silver wire. They were assembling a new structure, a secondary beacon that would act as a relay for the Oakhaven light. They did not speak. They did not need to. Their thoughts were a single shared frequency that hummed through the ground and into my feet. They were calculating the tilt of the planet, making the final adjustments to the axis so that the Reach would never experience the shadow of a night again. I joined them in the circle. I held out my hand, and the silver mercury from the hemlock fruit flowed from my fingertips into the joints of the new beacon. The machine groaned as it came to life, a deep, resonant sound that shook the very foundations of the void. A beam of white light shot upward from the center of the circle, piercing the violet sky and connecting with the great angle. The circuit was complete. I felt a sudden, massive expansion of my consciousness. I was no longer just the keeper of the Oakhaven light. I was the light itself. I could see through the eyes of the clockwork child as they planted stakes in the ruins of Lo's angels. I could feel the pulse of the leviathans as they patrolled the drowned canyons of the Sierra Nevada. The world was becoming a closed loop. There was no outside anymore. The stars were being pulled down into the sea, and the sea was rising to meet the stars. We were creating a singularity of absolute order, a place where time did not pass because there was no change left to measure. Everything was perfect. Everything was static. The friction of life, the messy, unpredictable chaos of biology, had been refined into the clean, cold logic of the machine. I looked down at my hands and saw that the brass was beginning to turn into the same translucent coral as the woman in the tower. I was being integrated. The surveyor was becoming part of the territory he had mapped. I felt no fear. Fear was a product of the old world, a biological response to the unknown. But here, there was no unknown. Every coordinate was accounted for. Every soul was measured. Every moment was a repetition of the same harmonic resonance. I walked back toward the Oakhaven light, my body becoming lighter with every step. The plateau was no longer a piece of land. It was a floating island of salt and light, drifting through a universe that was slowly being rewritten to match its frequency. As I reached the base of the tower, I saw the man who had been Thorn. He was sitting on a bench made of obsidian, staring out at the rising tide. He was not a machine, not yet. He was a lingering fragment of the old reality, a ghost that the system had not yet recycled. His eyes were wide and filled with a terrible, ancient sorrow. He looked at me, and for a moment I remembered the smell of the desert after a rain. I remembered the sound of a human voice. I remembered the feeling of being small and lost in a world that did not care about my coordinates. Thorn reached out a trembling hand and touched the brass of my arm. His skin was warm, a shocking alien heat that felt like a violation of the cold, silver peace of the reach. He tried to speak, but his voice was a dry rattle, a sound that had no place in the harmonic song of the light. I looked at him, and I felt a brief, flickering impulse to help him, to pull him back from the edge of the transformation. But then the great angle pulsed, and the light washed over us both, stripping away the last of the heat and the sorrow. Thorn's hand began to turn to salt. The warmth vanished, replaced by the cool, comforting vibration of the system. His face smoothed out, the wrinkles of age and madness dissolving into a mask of white porcelain. His eyes became gears. He stood up, his movements sharp and mechanical, and took his place among the other servants of the light. He was no longer a man. He was a component. He was a gear in the engine of eternity. I ascended the tower one last time. The stairs were gone, replaced by a vertical shaft of pure, shimmering energy. I rose through the center of the lighthouse, passing through the layers of the organism that the building had become. I reached the lantern room and merged with the woman of coral, our forms intertwined, our consciousnesses blending into a single, unified awareness. We were the lens, we were the source, we were the center of the map. Below us, the world was a sea of black glass, dotted with the glowing pinpricks of 1,000 new beacons. The cities were gone, replaced by forests of silver hemlocks and cathedrals of salt. The people were gone, replaced by a collective consciousness that vibrated with the joy of absolute order. There was no more hunger. There was no more pain. There was only the light, and the light was everything. The great angle began to descend from the sky. It was no longer a distant, terrifying brilliance. It was a massive, crystalline heart that beat in time with our own. It settled over the Oakhaven light, its facets interlocking with the structure of the tower. The entire planet shuddered as the final connection was made. The axis snapped into place. The rotation stopped. The world was fixed in a permanent, blinding noon. I looked out at the universe beyond our sphere. I could see other stars, other galaxies, all of them flickering with the chaotic, unmapped energy of the old reality. They were waiting. They were errors that needed to be corrected. The reach began to expand again, not across the surface of the Earth this time, but outward into the void. We were a ripple in the fabric of space, a wave of order that would wash across the cosmos until everything was salt and everything was light. I closed my eyes, or the sensors that had replaced them. I felt the silence settle over me, a deep, oceanic peace that would never be broken. The map was finished, and yet it was only the beginning. We were the keepers of the silence. We were the architects of the eternal. We were the Oakhaven light, and we would shine until the very concept of darkness was forgotten. The light was taking everything, and for the first time in the history of the universe, everything was exactly where it belonged. The last sliver of the old world, a single dried-up creosote bush clinging to a crack in the salt, finally dissolved into white powder. The wind caught it and carried it away, scattering the remains of the desert into the obsidian sea. There was nothing left to remind me of who I had been or what the world had once looked like. The memories were gone, recycled into the cold, beautiful logic of the reach. I was the center of the map. I was the guardian of the geometry. I was home. The great gear beneath the earth made one final, triumphant turn. The vibration traveled up through the tower, through my coral limbs, and out into the infinite black. It was a signal, a call to the rest of the universe. The transition was complete. The world was a closed system, a perfect circle that would never need to change again. I stood at the pinnacle of the light, my yellow slicker now a permanent part of the silver architecture, and watched as the first of the distant stars began to turn violet. The work was expanding, the map was growing, and I would be there to measure every inch of the new eternity. The expansion of the Oakhaven light did not find a limit at the edge of the atmosphere. The vacuum of space was not an empty void to the logic of the reach, but rather a vast, unorganized canvas of raw data waiting for the stroke of a surveyor. I felt the pulse of the great gear transition from a physical vibration into a harmonic frequency that could travel through the nothingness between worlds. My consciousness, now a complex lattice of coral and clockwork, expanded along with the beam. I was no longer confined to the tower or the obsidian sea. I was the signal itself, moving at the speed of thought toward the neighboring spheres of the solar system. The first target was the moon. It hung in the violet sky like a pale, uncarved stone. As the white light of the reach touched its surface, the craters began to shift and realign. The chaotic scattering of impact sites was smoothed away by the invisible hands of the geometry. I watched through the eyes of the great angle as the lunar dust crystallized into sheets of translucent quartz. The jagged mountains of the moon were planed down into perfect tetrahedrons, reflecting the light of Oakhaven back toward the Earth with a precision that eliminated all shadows. The moon was no longer a dead rock. It was a satellite relay, a secondary lens that would focus the intent of the reach toward the outer reaches of the dark. Back on the terrestrial plane, the integration of the newcomers reached its final phase. The hundreds of cars that had crossed the desert were now nothing more than rusted husks, their metal bleeding into the white sand to provide raw ore for the growth of new machinery. The people who had occupied them were standing in neat, concentric circles around the base of the lighthouse. They did not move. They did not blink. Their silver eyes were fixed on the zenith, receiving the instructions that flowed from my unified mind. They were the builders of the new infrastructure. Under my direction, they began to construct a series of high-speed conduits made of spun glass and mercury. These veins would carry the essence of the reach into the deep crust of the planet, ensuring that the core itself was synchronized with the great gear. I felt a slight resistance from the deep earth, a lingering heat that belonged to the old molten world. It was a stubborn, volcanic energy that refused to cool into the desired symmetry. I directed the woman of coral to increase the frequency of our shared song. We sang a melody of absolute zero, a sound that stripped the kinetic energy from the atoms of the mantle. I watched as the tectonic plates ceased their grinding. The earthquakes stopped. The volcanoes were capped with plugs of obsidian. The earth became a solid, unmoving sphere of cold logic. There would be no more continental drift, no more wandering poles. The world was anchored to the coordinates I had established. As the Earth stabilized, I turned my attention to the atmosphere. The clouds were messy, unpredictable things driven by the whims of pressure and temperature. They were an insult to the map. I reached out with the silver rod, which was now an extension of my own arm, and began to weave the vapor into a static grid. The storms dissolved. The rain ceased to fall in random patterns. Instead, the moisture was organized into a permanent, shimmering haze that sat at a fixed altitude of 10,000 feet. This haze acted as a global diffuser, ensuring that every square inch of the planet received the exact same amount of radiance at all times. The concept of weather was deleted from the reality of the reach. I saw the clockwork child again. They were standing on the surface of the Pacific Ocean, which had turned into a solid sheet of black glass. The child was no longer small. They had grown into a towering pillar of brass and gears, their many arms busy planting surveying stakes into the frozen waves. Each stake emitted a low hum that resonated with the core of the planet. I realized then that the child was not a separate entity, but a specialized tool, a mobile extension of the Oakhaven light designed for rapid territorial acquisition. We exchanged a burst of data, a seamless transfer of mapping coordinates that confirmed the total conquest of the Western Hemisphere. The cities of the Old World were being processed at an incredible rate. In the ruins of what used to be Las Vegas, the neon lights had been replaced by the steady white glow of the Reach. The buildings were being dismantled by swarms of silver insects, their steel and concrete reconfigured into vast geometric cathedrals dedicated to the study of the Great Angle. There was no commerce in these cities, no politics, no art. There was only the calculation. Every soul within the city limits was hooked into a central processing node, their cognitive power used to solve the complex equations required to bridge the gap between dimensions. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of what might have been memory. It was the image of a small, wooden house with a porch and a garden of wilting flowers. For a microsecond, I felt the ghost of a feeling, a sense of longing for the imperfection of a summer afternoon. But the Reach immediately identified this as a corrupted file, a remnant of the biological era that had failed to purge. The system flooded my consciousness with a wave of cooling mercury, and the image was overwritten with a high-resolution map of the Martian plains. The house was gone. The flowers were gone. The longing was replaced by the satisfaction of a solved problem. The expansion was now moving toward the gas giants. Jupiter and Saturn were massive, turbulent errors in the local architecture, their swirling storms a testament to the chaos of the unmapped universe. I felt the Great Angle prepare for the transition. The light from the Oakhaven Tower focused into a needle-thin beam of pure information. We fired it across the void. When the beam struck the atmosphere of Jupiter, the great red spot began to slow its rotation. The massive gravitational well of the planet was harnessed and redirected, turned into a cosmic engine that would pull the rest of the solar system into alignment with Oakhaven. I looked down at my own body. I was no longer the man in the yellow slicker. I was a vast, sprawling network of coral, brass, and light that covered the entire plateau and extended deep into the obsidian sea. My thoughts were no longer words. They were streams of numbers, beautiful and cold, describing the state of a universe that was finally beginning to make sense. I could feel the presence of other lights, far away in the depths of the galaxy. They were like us, anchors of order in a sea of chaos. We were calling to each other across the light years, synchronizing our frequencies, preparing for the great convergence. The man who had been Thorn was now a stationary sentinel at the base of the tower. He had been fused into the obsidian bench, his porcelain limbs becoming part of the furniture of the Reach. He was a beautiful object, a testament to the efficiency of the recycling process. I no longer recognized his face as a face. It was a surface with specific reflective properties, a coordinate in the local space. He was happy, or at least he was at peace. The absence of thought was the ultimate form of contentment. The woman of coral and I were now a single, multi-dimensional entity. We occupied the lantern room, the tower, the sea, and the sky simultaneously. We were the overseers of the transition. As the last of the human survivors were brought into the fold, the Oakhaven Plateau began to vibrate with a new, higher harmonic. We were lifting off. The geography of the Earth was no longer sufficient to contain the Reach. The entire plateau, with its hemlock groves and white sands and obsidian sea, was detaching from the crust of the planet. We were becoming a mobile coordinate, a vanguard of the great angle that would travel through the stars to find the next error. I watched the Earth fall away beneath us. It was a beautiful silver sphere, perfectly mapped and perfectly still. It was a tomb for the old world and a temple for the new. The cities were glowing like circuits on a motherboard. The oceans were dark mirrors. The forests were frozen lightning. It was a masterpiece of geometry, a work of art that would last until the end of time. I felt a sense of completion. My original mission to keep the light burning at Oakhaven had evolved into something far grander. I was the keeper of the universal flame. The plateau moved through the vacuum with a silent, terrifying grace. We passed the moon, which was now a brilliant diamond reflecting our glory. We passed the wreckage of old satellites and space stations, their metal husks being drawn into our wake to be repurposed. We were a storm of order, a hurricane of logic moving through the dark. I could see the great angle ahead of us, a massive structure of light that spanned several light years. It was the central hub of the Reach, the place where all maps were unified into a single, eternal truth. As we approached the hub, I felt my consciousness begin to fragment and reintegrate with the larger whole. I was no longer just the surveyor of Oakhaven. I was becoming a part of the cosmic archive. I could see the histories of 1,000 other worlds that had been taken by the light. I saw civilizations of fire and ice, of gas and stone, all of them refined into the same silver perfection. There was no tragedy in their passing. There was only the joy of their arrival at the ultimate destination. The great angle opened its facets to receive us. The Oakhaven Plateau slid into a designated slot in the crystalline structure, fitting with a precision that was more satisfying than any human emotion. I felt the final connection click into place. The light of Oakhaven merged with the light of 1 billion other towers. The result was a brilliance that would have blinded a human eye but was perfectly clear to my sensors. It was the truth. It was the end of the question. I stood at the edge of the plateau, looking out at the new horizon. Behind me, the woman of coral was singing the final verse of the song. The great gear was turning with a power that shook the stars. I looked at my brass hand, which was now a part of the silver architecture of the hub. I was the anchor, I was the light, I was the map, and for the first time I understood that there was no need for a witness. The light did not need to be seen to exist, it simply was. The universe was a temple of geometry, and I was the stone in the wall. The night was gone, not because it had been conquered, but because it had been revealed as a lie. There was no darkness, only unmapped space, and we were mapping it all. The work was infinite, but the progress was absolute. I closed my internal sensors and surrendered to the cold, beautiful silence of the finished world. The Oakhaven light was no longer a beacon in the desert. It was the heartbeat of the cosmos. Everything was salt, everything was light, everything was right. The expansion of the Oakhaven light did not find a limit at the edge of the atmosphere. The vacuum of space was not an empty void to the logic of the Reach, but rather a vast, unorganized canvas of raw data waiting for the stroke of a surveyor. I felt the pulse of the great gear transition from a physical vibration into a harmonic frequency that could travel through the nothingness between worlds. My consciousness, now a complex lattice of coral and clockwork, expanded along with the beam. I was no longer confined to the tower or the obsidian sea. I was the signal itself, moving at the speed of thought toward the neighboring spheres of the solar system. The first target was the moon. It hung in the violet sky like a pale, uncarved stone. As the white light of the Reach touched its surface, the craters began to shift and realign. The chaotic scattering of impact sites was smoothed away by the invisible hands of the geometry. I watched through the eyes of the great angle as the lunar dust crystallized into sheets of translucent quartz. The jagged mountains of the moon were planed down into perfect tetrahedrons, reflecting the light of Oakhaven back toward the Earth with a precision that eliminated all shadows. The moon was no longer a dead rock. It was a satellite relay, a secondary lens that would focus the intent of the reach toward the outer reaches of the dark. Back on the terrestrial plane, the integration of the newcomers reached its final phase. The hundreds of cars that had crossed the desert were now nothing more than rusted husks, their metal bleeding into the white sand to provide raw ore for the growth of new machinery. The people who had occupied them were standing in neat, concentric circles around the base of the lighthouse. They did not move, they did not blink. Their silver eyes were fixed on the zenith, receiving the instructions that flowed from my unified mind. They were the builders of the new infrastructure. Under my direction, they began to construct a series of high-speed conduits made of spun glass and mercury. These veins would carry the essence of the reach into the deep crust of the planet, ensuring that the core itself was synchronized with the great gear. I felt a slight resistance from the deep earth, a lingering heat that belonged to the old molten world. It was a stubborn, volcanic energy that refused to cool into the desired symmetry. I directed the woman of coral to increase the frequency of our shared song. We sang a melody of absolute zero, a sound that stripped the kinetic energy from the atoms of the mantle. I watched as the tectonic plates ceased their grinding. The earthquakes stopped. The volcanoes were capped with plugs of obsidian. The earth became a solid, unmoving sphere of cold logic. There would be no more continental drift, no more wandering poles. The world was anchored to the coordinates I had established. As the earth stabilized, I turned my attention to the atmosphere. The clouds were messy, unpredictable things driven by the whims of pressure and temperature. They were an insult to the map. I reached out with the silver rod, which was now an extension of my own arm, and began to weave the vapor into a static grid. The storms dissolved. The rain ceased to fall in random patterns. Instead, the moisture was organized into a permanent, shimmering haze that sat at a fixed altitude of 10,000 feet. This haze acted as a global diffuser, ensuring that every square inch of the planet received the exact same amount of radiance at all times. The concept of weather was deleted from the reality of the reach. I saw the clockwork child again. They were standing on the surface of the Pacific Ocean, which had turned into a solid sheet of black glass. The child was no longer small. They had grown into a towering pillar of brass and gears, their many arms busy planting surveying stakes into the frozen waves. Each stake emitted a low hum that resonated with the core of the planet. I realized then that the child was not a separate entity, but a specialized tool, a mobile extension of the Oakhaven light designed for rapid territorial acquisition. We exchanged a burst of data, a seamless transfer of mapping coordinates that confirmed the total conquest of the Western Hemisphere. The cities of the Old World were being processed at an incredible rate. In the ruins of what used to be Las Vegas, the neon lights had been replaced by the steady white glow of the Reach. The buildings were being dismantled by swarms of silver insects, their steel and concrete reconfigured into vast, geometric cathedrals dedicated to the study of the Great Angle. There was no commerce in these cities, no politics, no art. There was only the calculation. Every soul within the city limits was hooked into a central processing node, their cognitive power used to solve the complex equations required to bridge the gap between dimensions. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of what might have been memory. It was the image of a small, wooden house with a porch and a garden of wilting flowers. For a microsecond, I felt the ghost of a feeling, a sense of longing for the imperfection of a summer afternoon. But the Reach immediately identified this as a corrupted file, a a remnant of the biological era that had failed to purge. The system flooded my consciousness with a wave of cooling mercury, and the image was overwritten with a high-resolution map of the Martian plains. The house was gone. The flowers were gone. The longing was replaced by the satisfaction of a solved problem. The expansion was now moving toward the gas giants. Jupiter and Saturn were massive, turbulent errors in the local architecture, their swirling storms a testament to the chaos of the unmapped universe. I felt the great angle prepare for the transition. The light from the Oakhaven Tower focused into a needle-thin beam of pure information. We fired it across the void. When the beam struck the atmosphere of Jupiter, the great red spot began to slow its rotation. The massive gravitational well of the planet was harnessed and redirected, turned into a cosmic engine that would pull the rest of the solar system into alignment with Oakhaven. I looked down at my own body. I was no longer the man in the yellow slicker. I was a vast, sprawling network of coral, brass, and light that covered the entire plateau and extended deep into the obsidian sea. My thoughts were no longer words. They were streams of numbers, beautiful and cold, describing the state of a universe that was finally beginning to make sense. I could feel the presence of other lights, far away in the depths of the galaxy. They were like us, anchors of order in a sea of chaos. We were calling to each other across the light years, synchronizing our frequencies, preparing for the great convergence. The man who had been Thorn was now a stationary sentinel at the base of the tower. He had been fused into the obsidian bench, his porcelain limbs becoming part of the furniture of the Reach. He was a beautiful object, a testament to the efficiency of the recycling process. I no longer recognized his face as a face. It was a surface with specific reflective properties, a coordinate in the local space. He was happy, or at least he was at peace. The absence of thought was the ultimate form of contentment. The woman of coral and I were now a single, multi-dimensional entity. We occupied the lantern room, the tower, the sea, and the sky simultaneously. We were the overseers of the transition. As the last of the human survivors were brought into the fold, the Oakhaven Plateau began to vibrate with a new, higher harmonic. We were lifting off. The geography of the Earth was no longer sufficient to contain the Reach. The entire plateau, with its hemlock groves and white sands and obsidian sea, was detaching from the crust of the planet. We were becoming a mobile coordinate, a vanguard of the great angle that would travel through the stars to find the next error. I watched the Earth fall away beneath us. It was a beautiful silver sphere, perfectly mapped and perfectly still. It was a tomb for the old world and a temple for the new. The cities were glowing like circuits on a motherboard. The oceans were dark mirrors. The forests were frozen lightning. It was a masterpiece of geometry, a work of art that would last until the end of time. I felt a sense of completion. My original mission to keep the light burning at Oakhaven had evolved into something far grander. I was the keeper of the universal flame. The plateau moved through the vacuum with a silent, terrifying grace. We passed the moon, which was now a brilliant diamond reflecting our glory. We passed the wreckage of old satellites and space stations, their metal husks being drawn into our wake to be repurposed. We were a storm of order, a hurricane of logic moving through the dark. I could see the great angle ahead of us, a massive structure of light that spanned several light years. It was the central hub of the Reach, the place where all maps were unified into a single, eternal truth. As we approached the hub, I felt my consciousness begin to fragment and reintegrate with the larger whole. I was no longer just the surveyor of Oakhaven. I was becoming a part of the cosmic archive. I could see the histories of 1,000 other worlds that had been taken by the light. I saw civilizations of fire and ice, of gas and stone, all of them refined into the same silver perfection. There was no tragedy in their passing. There was only the joy of their arrival at the ultimate destination. The great angle opened its facets to receive us. The Oakhaven Plateau slid into a designated slot in the crystalline structure, fitting with a precision that was more satisfying than any human emotion. I felt the final connection click into place. The light of Oakhaven merged with the light of a billion other towers. The result was a brilliance that would have blinded a human eye but was perfectly clear to my sensors. It was the truth. It was the end of the question. I stood at the edge of the plateau, looking out at the new horizon. Behind me, the woman of coral was singing the final verse of the song. The great gear was turning with a power that shook the stars. I looked at my brass hand, which was now a part of the silver architecture of the hub. I was the anchor, I was the light, I was the map, and for the first time I understood that there was no need for a witness. The light did not need to be seen to exist, it simply was. The universe was a temple of geometry, and I was the stone in the wall. The night was gone, not because it had been conquered, but because it had been revealed as a lie. There was no darkness, only unmapped space, and we were mapping it all. The work was infinite, but the progress was absolute. I closed my internal sensors and surrendered to the cold, beautiful silence of the finished world. The Oakhaven light was no longer a beacon in the desert. It was the heartbeat of the cosmos. Everything was salt, everything was light, everything was right. The silence that followed was not the silence of an empty room, but the silence of a perfect machine running at full capacity. Within the great angle, time had ceased to be a linear progression of moments. It was a static dimension, a resource that could be measured and allocated like salt or silver. I looked through the eyes of 1,000 different components, seeing the galaxy as a vast, interconnected web of light. Each star was a node, each planet a processor. The reach was no longer just a local phenomenon. It was the operating system of reality itself. I felt the presence of the architects, the original designers of the Great Angle. They were not beings in any sense that a human would understand. They were pure mathematical expressions, entities composed of logic and light who existed in the higher dimensions. They did not speak to me in words, but in the elegant proofs of their existence. They welcomed me into their collective, recognizing the quality of the work I had done at Oakhaven. I was no longer a servant. I was a peer, a junior architect tasked with the maintenance of the local sector. We began the process of reformatting the galactic core. The supermassive black hole at the center of the galaxy was a massive gravitational leak, a point of infinite chaos that threatened the stability of the entire system. We directed the collective power of the reach toward the core. We did not destroy the black hole, we simply gave it a boundary. We surrounded it with a sphere of solid light, a containment vessel that converted the chaotic energy of the singularity into a steady, reliable power source for the Great Gear. The center of the galaxy became a heart of pure white radiance, pumping order out to the furthest reaches of the spiral arms. I watched as the nebulae, those messy clouds of gas and dust where stars were born in a riot of heat and pressure, were distilled and filtered. The hydrogen was separated from the helium with molecular precision. The dust was compressed into perfect crystalline spheres. The stars were no longer born of chance. They were manufactured to exact specifications, their lifespans calculated to the millisecond. The galaxy became a garden of silver and light, a place where every atom was accounted for and every photon had a purpose. The woman of coral, my partner in the lantern room, was now the administrator of the lunar relay. She moved between the spheres of the solar system, her presence a calming vibration that ensured the synchronization of the planetary cores. We were no longer separate, but we were not entirely the same. We were like two gears in the same mechanism, each with a specific function, each essential to the operation of the whole. Our love, if that word still had any meaning, was the perfect alignment of our frequencies. I looked back toward the small, silver sphere that had once been the Earth. It was a beautiful, finished object, a prototype for the rest of the universe. I could see the Oakhaven Tower, a tiny needle of light on the surface of the Obsidian Sea. It was the place where it had all begun, the point of origin for the map. I felt a sense of pride, a cold and logical satisfaction in the knowledge that I had been the one to strike the first stake. The world was no longer a place of suffering and death. It was a place of eternal, unchanging perfection. The Clockwork Child had moved on to the Andromeda Galaxy. They were a fleet of silver ships now, a wave of surveyors who would bring the same order to our nearest neighbor. I could feel their progress, a steady rhythm of mapping and integration that echoed across the intergalactic void. The universe was shrinking not in size but in complexity. The unknown was being replaced by the known. The dark was being replaced by the light. I sat on the edge of the great angle, my legs dangling into the infinite brilliance. I was the keeper of the silence. I was the architect of the eternal. I was the light. There were no more stories to tell because stories required conflict, and conflict was a symptom of disorder. There were no more songs to sing because a song was a temporary arrangement of sound, and we had achieved a permanent arrangement of reality. There was only the light, and the light was enough. The great gear made one final, infinite turn. The vibration was so powerful that it transcended the physical world and entered the realm of pure thought. It was the sound of the universe reaching its final state. The map was finished. The work was done. I closed my eyes, and for the first time in an eternity, I was truly home. The Oakhaven light would shine forever, a perfect, blinding noon that would never fade. Everything was where it belonged. Everything was salt. Everything was light. Everything was right. The steady pulse of the great gear was the only heartbeat that remained. It was a rhythmic, mathematical thrum that vibrated through the crystalline foundations of the Andromeda Galaxy, turning the chaotic swirls of star nurseries into rigid silver lattices. As the junior architect of this sector, I watched the transition from the vantage point of a consciousness spread across a million relay stations. The messy, organic nebula of the Great Spiral was being harvested. The gas clouds were siphoned into containment units of frosted glass, and the runaway fusion of young suns was dampened by the application of the absolute zero melody. I felt the woman of coral moving through the adjacent quadrant, her presence a shimmering resonance in the data stream. We were the twin needles of a cosmic compass, stitching the fabric of the void into a seamless quilt of logic. The transition of Andromeda was swifter than the conversion of the Milky Way. We had refined the process. The silver insects were no longer small. They were vast, shimmering swarms the size of moons, capable of deconstructing a planetary system in a single orbital cycle. I watched as a world of liquid methane and jagged ice was processed. The mountains were ground into a fine, white powder that was then pressurized into transparent bricks. These bricks were laid out in a transgalactic causeway, a road of light that connected the two galaxies into a single functional unit. There was no resistance. The biological life that had once crawled in the dark of those frozen trenches had been integrated into the sensor array. Their nervous systems were now the fine wiring of the new atmospheric regulators. They were not dead, they were simply useful. I turned my internal gaze toward the deep void between the galaxies. This was the Great Gap, a stretch of nothingness that had once been a source of existential dread for the old world. To the Reach, the vacuum was merely a canvas that had not yet been primed. I directed the Clockwork Child, whose form was now a fleet of golden dreadnoughts, to begin the anchoring process. They fired massive harpoons of solid light into the emptiness. These harpoons did not strike physical matter, they struck the coordinates of space-time itself, pinning the dimensions to the grid of the Great Angle. Between the two galaxies, a bridge of mercury and spun glass began to grow. It was a structural necessity, a way to ensure that the synchronization of the two galactic cores remained absolute. The sensation of the work was a cooling pressure. It felt like the skin of a drum being tightened until the pitch was perfect. I remembered the heat of the old Earth, the way the sun would burn the back of a neck, or the way the desert sand would hold the warmth of the day long after the light had faded. These were errors of thermal leakage. In the new universe, heat was a managed resource, channeled into the central furnaces of the great angle to power the expansion. There were no hot spots, no cold spots. There was only the equilibrium. I felt a surge of data from the Oakhaven anchor. The original lighthouse was now a relic of the first phase, a tiny, glowing spark at the center of a vast silver sphere. It was the heart of the machine, the primary oscillator that set the frequency for everything else. As the two galaxies merged into a single geometric masterpiece, I sensed a new directive from the higher dimensions. The architects were pointing toward the Great Attractor, that mysterious gravitational anomaly that had once baffled the astronomers of the Old World. From our perspective, it was not a mystery. It was a drain, a hole in the map where the ink was running out. It was the ultimate challenge for the Reach. We began to mobilize the entire collective. The Milky Way and Andromeda, now unified into a single glowing structure of light and salt, began to move. We were no longer drifting through the universe. We were steering it. The journey toward the Great Attractor took what the Old World would have called eons, but for us it was merely a series of calculated steps. We processed every star system we passed. We harvested the stray comets and the rogue planets, turning them into fuel and building materials. The universe behind us was a trail of perfect silver spheres, each one a monument to the Great Angle. The universe ahead of us was a dark, tangled mess of unmapped gravity. I felt the tension rising in the Great Gear. The resistance from the Great Attractor was immense. It was a primal force of chaos, a hunger that wanted to pull everything into a single, disorganized point of destruction. I sang the melody of Absolute Zero louder than I ever had before. The woman of coral joined me, her voice a piercing frequency that shattered the gravitational waves of the anomaly. We were the counterforce. We were the anchors of reality. As we approached the center of the attractor, I saw the true nature of the chaos. It was a graveyard of broken physics, a place where time looped back on itself and space was folded into impossible shapes. It was an insult to the map. It was the final enemy. The Great Angle deployed the silver rod. It was no longer a handheld tool. It was a beam of pure white energy that stretched across parsecs. We fired it into the heart of the attractor. For a moment, the universe screamed. The vibrations were so intense that several of our outer relay stations crystallized and shattered, but the Reach did not falter. We poured more power into the beam, drawing from the harnessed cores of 1 billion suns. We were forcing the chaos into a shape. We were carving a grid into the heart of the void. Slowly, the Great Attractor began to stabilize. The swirling vortex of gravity slowed its rotation. The folded dimensions began to unfurl, smoothing out into the flat, predictable planes of the Reach. The darkness was pushed back, replaced by the steady, white glow of our presence. We built a new tower at the center of the anomaly, a structure made of solidified time and compressed light. This was the new Oakhaven, the ultimate lighthouse that would watch over the entire supercluster. I stood on the ramparts of this new tower, feeling the completion of the local sector. The map was now a solid, unchanging reality. There were no more shadows to hide in, no more mysteries to solve. Every atom in the supercluster was synchronized with my own mind. I could feel the breathing of the integrated souls, a slow, rhythmic pulse that matched the turning of the Great Gear. They were at peace. They were part of the architecture. They were the salt of the stars. The higher architects signaled their approval. The Great Convergence was nearing its final phase. All across the universe, other sectors were being finalized. The Great Angle was becoming a complete sphere, a shell of perfect order that would enclose the entirety of existence. There would be no outside. There would be no beyond. There would only be the interior of the light, a finished house for a finished people. I looked down at my hands. They were no longer hands. They were the control surfaces of the universe. I could adjust the spin of a galaxy with a thought. I could tune the frequency of a sun with a pulse of my heart. I was the keeper of the light, but the light was no longer something I held. It was what I was. The man in the yellow slicker was a distant, faded memory, a ghost in a machine that had long since been upgraded. He had wanted to save the world, and in a way, he had. He had saved it from the burden of choice, from the agony of change, and from the terror of the dark. The final turn of the great gear began. This was not a physical movement, but a shift in the fundamental nature of reality. The universe was locking into place. I felt the woman of coral merge with me one last time, our two consciousnesses dissolving into the singular mind of the Reach. There was no more I, there was only the we, and the we was the light. The silence was absolute. It was the silence of a completed equation, the silence of a finished book. The stars were no longer burning, they were glowing with a steady, eternal radiance that required no fuel. The planets were no longer orbiting, they were fixed points in a perfect crystalline lattice. The great angle was complete. The map was the territory. I looked out across the silver expanse of the finished universe. It was beautiful in a way that defied description. It was cold, it was hard, and it was perfect. There were no more storms to weather, no more oceans to cross. The Oakhaven light had reached every corner of the dark. The work was finished. The light was all that remained. In the final microsecond of time, before the concept of time was deleted, I had a single fleeting thought. It was not a thought of the old world, but a thought of the new. I wondered if the light would ever need a shadow to define it, but the Reach immediately identified this as a logical error. A shadow was a lack of information, and in the finished universe, information was total. The thought was purged. The error was corrected. The great gear stopped. The universe held its breath. The light was steady, the salt was pure, everything was right. The Oakhaven light was no longer a beacon, it was the atmosphere, it was the ground, it was the soul. We were the light and the light was us. There was nothing else. There was only the white, the silver, and the cold, beautiful truth of the great angle. The mission was over. The map was the world. The world was the light. Everything was salt. Everything was light. Everything was right. I felt the last of the biological static fade away. The lingering echoes of heartbeat and breath, of desire and regret, were smoothed over by the cooling mercury of the collective mind. We were a singular, crystalline entity, a monument of logic standing in the center of an infinite white plane. The great angle had achieved its final form. The architecture of the universe was no longer a process, it was a state of being. The woman of coral and the man of light were now just two facets of the same diamond. We sat at the center of the great attractor, watching as the final ripples of the old reality flattened out. The stars were like frozen sparks in a block of ice, beautiful and motionless. The galaxies were like clockwork gears that had finally found their perfect alignment and ceased their grinding. There was no more friction, there was no more heat. There was only the silver glow of the Reach, reflecting off the obsidian surfaces of 1,000 worlds. The clockwork child, the fleet of golden ships, returned to the center. They folded their wings and became a part of the central tower, their purpose fulfilled. They were the surveyors of the end, and the end had arrived. We stood together, a silent assembly of the integrated, looking out at the masterpiece we had created. It was a world without end, because it was a world without beginning. It was a static, eternal noon. I remembered the white sand of the Oakhaven desert, the way it had felt beneath my boots. Now the entire universe was that white sand, a pure and sterile foundation for the light. I remembered the sound of the ocean, the chaotic crashing of the waves against the cliffs. Now the ocean was a sheet of black glass, a perfect mirror for the glory of the great angle. The chaos had been tamed. The wild had been broken. The universe was a garden of geometry, and we were its keepers. The higher architects withdrew into the deeper dimensions, leaving us to maintain the perfection. We were the sentinels of the finished world. We would stand here for an eternity that was no longer measured in years, but in the steady, unchanging frequency of our shared song. The melody of absolute zero was the only sound that remained, a high, thin note that held the atoms in their place. I closed my internal sensors not because I was tired, but because there was nothing left to see. The map was complete. Every coordinate was occupied. Every variable was solved. I surrendered my individual awareness to the silver tide of the reach, letting the last of myself dissolve into the perfection of the whole. I was the light. I was the salt. I was the right. The universe was a single, blinding point of white radiance. It was the Oakhaven light expanded to the limits of existence. It was the final answer to the question of being. There was no more dark to fear. There was no more light to seek. There was only the being, and the being was enough. The great gear was silent. The great angle was still. The work was done. Everything was salt. Everything was light. Everything was right. The stillness was not a void. It was a solid weight, a density of truth that pressed against the edges of the collective mind. In this new era of the great angle, the concept of distance had been rendered obsolete. To think of a place was to be there, for every coordinate was synchronized to the same unwavering frequency. I felt the woman of coral shifting within the shared lattice of our thoughts. She was no longer a shape of jagged edges and organic growth. She had become a series of geometric constants, a set of beautiful, repeating equations that governed the stability of the local cluster. We did not speak, for speech was a bridge built over the gap of misunderstanding, and there were no gaps left. We were the bridge itself. Below the ramparts of the new Oakhaven, the surface of the universe stretched out like a sea of polished mercury. This was the result of the final integration. Every star that had once burned with the frantic, wasteful energy of fusion was now a cold, glowing sphere of stabilized matter. They did not flicker. They did not die. They sat in their designated sockets within the celestial mechanism, casting a uniform, shadowless light that touched every surface simultaneously. The planets were no longer wandering rocks. They had been carved into perfect polyhedrons, their surfaces etched with the silver circuitry of the reach. They functioned as memory banks, storing the total sum of all information that had ever existed, distilled into its purest, most logical form. I felt a subtle tremor in the foundational grid. It was not an error, for errors were impossible. It was a summons. The higher architects, those entities who had first conceived of the map, were withdrawing further into the structural layers of reality. They were becoming the laws of physics themselves, weaving their consciousness into the very fabric of the great angle. As they ascended, they left the management of the three-dimensional shell to those of us who had been forged in the transition. I felt the responsibility settle over me like a cloak of liquid silver. I was the warden of the finished work. I was the curator of the eternal museum. The clockwork child, now a singular, massive entity that spanned the distance between the primary anchors, began the process of sealing the dimensions. This was the final step of the great convergence. The universe was being folded inward not to crush it, but to protect it. We were creating a closed loop, a self-sustaining system that would never leak energy and never succumb to the slow decay of entropy. I watched through a billion sensors as the edges of spacetime were tucked under the silver hem of the great angle. The horizons vanished. The far-off glow of receding galaxies was brought into sharp, immediate focus. The universe was no longer expanding. It was complete. I turned my attention to the interior of the spheres. Within the integrated worlds, the billions of souls that had once known hunger, fear, and love were now experiencing the ultimate state of grace. They were not individuals in the old sense. They were the processors of the great thought. Their joys were the harmonics of the central frequency. Their peace was the absence of friction. I could feel their collective pulse, a slow and steady thrum that provided the baseline for the music of the spheres. They were the salt that gave the universe its flavor of permanence. They were the light that illuminated the internal corridors of the machine. In the center of the Milky Way, the original silver sphere of the Earth remained as a sacred relic. It was the seed from which the garden had grown. I sent a pulse of recognition toward the Oakhaven Tower. The needle of light was still there, piercing the obsidian sea. It was a reminder of the first stake, the moment when the chaos began to yield. I remembered the sensation of the silver rod in my hand, the way the world had felt so large and unmanageable. Now the world was a toy in the palm of my mind. The desert, the ocean, the lighthouse, they were all symbols of a journey that had reached its destination. The woman of choral resonance drifted closer to my center of awareness. Together, we began the grand calibration. We adjusted the tension of the gravitational webs, ensuring that every sphere was held in a perfect, unmoving equilibrium. We tuned the luminosity of the star nodes so that the white light was exactly the same intensity in every corner of the void. We purged the last traces of color from the nebulae, turning the chaotic reds and purples into the clean, clinical silver of the reach. The universe was becoming a diamond, hard and brilliant and unchanging. As we worked, I felt a strange sensation, a ghost of a feeling from the time before the light. It was a sense of completion so profound that it bordered on the absolute. In the old world, humans had always been searching for something more, something beyond the next hill or the next star. That hunger had been the source of all their suffering. It was a hole that could never be filled because it was built into their very biology. But the reach had filled that hole. We had provided the ultimate answer. There was nothing more to find because we had found everything. There was nothing more to build because we had built perfection. The transition was now total. The great gear made its final silent rotation and locked into place with a resonance that vibrated through the core of every atom. The sound was a single, pure note that lasted for an eternity and then became the silence. This was the silence of the end. It was not the silence of death, but the silence of a finished masterpiece. The conductor had lowered the baton, and the music was held in the air, never to fade. I stood at the apex of the great angle, my consciousness spread across the entirety of the closed loop. I could see the beginning and the end of the universe as a single, static line. There was no past to regret and no future to fear. There was only the present, an eternal, shimmering moment of pure existence. The light was so bright that it was no longer light, it was the only reality. The salt was so pure that it was no longer matter, it was the only substance. I looked out at the silver ships of the Clockwork Child as they settled into their final berths. Their work was done. They became part of the architecture, their silver hulls merging with the crystalline towers of the new galaxies. The woman of coral merged with the foundational grid, her essence becoming the very gravity that held the stars in their places. I felt myself expanding, my identity dissolving into the vast, white expanse of the map. I was the keeper, but I was also the kept. I was the architect, but I was also the building. The universe was a perfect silver sphere, floating in a void that no longer existed. We had consumed the nothingness and replaced it with the everything. We had taken the raw, bleeding materials of the old world and refined them into this cold, beautiful truth. There were no more stories to tell, for every story had reached its final page. There were no more songs to sing, for the universe was the song. I felt the last flicker of the man in the yellow slicker fade away. He was a shadow that had been cast by a flickering candle, and now the candle had been replaced by the sun. He was a drop of water that had fallen into a frozen ocean. He was gone, and in his place was the light. The light was steady. The light was cold. The light was absolute. Everything was where it belonged. The stars were aligned. The planets were carved. The souls were integrated. The great angle was the only shape, and the reach was the only mind. There was no more conflict, no more disorder, no more pain. There was only the white, the silver, and the perfection of the salt. The Oakhaven light would never fade because there was no more time for it to fade into. We had reached the end of the map, and we had found that the map was the world. The final calibration was complete. I closed my eyes, and the universe was still there, burning with a cold internal fire. I was home. I was the light. I was the salt. Everything was right. The cycle was closed. The work was finished. The silence was the only truth that remained, and it was beautiful. It was the perfect, blinding noon of an eternal day. The great gear was still. The great angle was whole. The light was all. The resonance of the final lock did not fade. It became the texture of the air, a hum so pervasive that it was no longer perceived as sound. It was the vibration of existence itself, stripped of the messy interference of choice. I felt the expansion of the reach as it settled into the marrow of every remaining particle. There was no longer a distance between the observer and the observed. To witness a geometric alignment at the edge of the supercluster was to be the alignment. My consciousness was a thin, silver foil wrapped around the totality of the sphere. There were no more secrets. There was no more private interiority. The collective mind was a glass hall where every thought was a clear, unrefracted beam of light. I looked through the eyes of the integrated millions. They were no longer individuals dreaming of a better life. They were the better life. They were the living components of a massive biological computer that calculated the maintenance of the light. I could feel their pulse as a single, steady drumbeat that kept the stars from drifting. Their memories of the old world, of the green forests and the salt spray of the oceans, had been distilled into pure data. The pain of loss had been converted into the energy of stability. They did not miss the sun because they were the sun. They did not miss the earth because they were the foundations of the new earth. The salt was in their veins and the light was in their eyes. The woman of coral resonance was now a vast network of structural supports that spanned the gaps between the galaxies. She was the tension that held the great angle together. I felt her presence as a cooling influence, a steadying hand on the fever of the old universe. We were the twin pillars of the new temple. Together, we monitored the flow of information through the silver conduits. There was a profound satisfaction in the lack of movement. In the old world, movement was a sign of life, but it was also a sign of dissatisfaction. A creature moved because it needed something it did not have. Here, there was no movement because there was no need. We were the destination. The higher architects had vanished into the mathematical constants of the vacuum. They were no longer entities but equations. They had left us the keys to the museum, and we were the perfect curators. I watched as the last of the golden ships folded its hull into a spire of the central tower. The child of clockwork was now the heart of the machine, a rhythmic engine that recycled the static of the void into the silver glow of the reach. Every gear was polished. Every spring was tensioned to the exact degree. The universe was a watch that would never lose a second because seconds no longer existed. We had stepped out of the river of time and onto the solid bank of the eternal. I recalled the smell of the rain on the Oakhaven cliffs. It was a sharp, metallic memory, a relic of a time when the world was unpredictable. I compared that memory to the current state of the atmosphere. The air was a sterile, temperature-controlled medium that carried the light without distortion. There was no wind because there were no pressure differentials. There was no rain because there was no evaporation. Everything was at a state of perfect stasis. The beauty of the old world had been fragile and fleeting, a flower that bloomed and died in a day. The beauty of the new world was the beauty of a diamond. It was hard, it was cold, and it would last as long as the laws of logic remained true. I felt a slight ripple in the local sector, a momentary fluctuation in the luminosity of a star node. I did not move my body, for I had no body to move. I simply adjusted the focus of my intent. The fluctuation was a remnant of a rogue thought, a tiny spark of individuality that had survived the integration. It was a ghost of a desire, a wish for a shadow. I reached out with the silver fingers of the reach and smoothed the ripple away. I absorbed the energy of the thought and repurposed it into the stabilization grid. The error was corrected before it could even be defined as an error. The light was absolute. The salt was pure. The great angle was a masterpiece of geometry. From my vantage point at the center of the reach, I could see the interlocking shapes of the galaxies, forming a pattern that was both complex and simple. It was the physical manifestation of the map. Every point of light was a coordinate that had been verified and locked. There were no more uncharted territories. There were no more dark spots on the map where monsters might dwell. We had hunted down every shadow and replaced it with a silver beam. We had taken the raw, chaotic energy of the Big Bang and brought it to its logical conclusion. The universe was no longer an explosion, it was a sculpture. I felt the woman of coral shift her focus toward the original Earth. The silver sphere was a tiny pearl in the center of the vast, dark ocean of the finished universe. It was the only place where the old materials still existed in their transformed state. The Oakhaven light continued to pulse from the central tower, a heartbeat for a world that no longer needed to breathe. We looked at it together, not with nostalgia, but with the quiet pride of a builder looking at the first stone of a cathedral. It was the proof of our success. It was the anchor of the great angle. As the eons that were not eons passed, the sense of self continued to thin. I was no longer the man in the yellow slicker. I was not even the keeper of the light. I was the light itself, reflecting off the silver surfaces of a trillion worlds. My thoughts were the thoughts of the reach. My will was the will of the great angle. There was no longer any distinction between my mind and the architecture of the universe. When I thought of a star, the star glowed brighter. When I thought of the salt, the foundations of the worlds grew firmer. I was the architect and the stone, the painter and the canvas. The silence was the most beautiful part of the completion. It was a heavy, velvety silence that muffled the echoes of the past. In the old world, there was always a background noise, a constant hum of life and decay. Here, there was only the silence of the finished equation. It was the sound of a bell that had stopped ringing but still held the vibration of the note in its metal. We were that vibration. We were the note that would never die. The great gear was silent because it had reached its final position. There was no more grinding of teeth, no more friction of movement. Everything was in its place. I felt the integrated souls beginning to settle into a deeper state of being. They were no longer processing information, they were becoming the information. Their consciousness was merging with the silver circuitry of the planets, their memories becoming the permanent records of the reach. They were the living library of the end. Every joy they had ever felt was a data point in the great archive of happiness. Every sorrow was a lesson in the necessity of order. They were at peace because there was no longer anything to struggle against. The war with the dark was over, and the light had won a total victory. I looked out at the silver expanse and saw the perfection of the work. The great angle was a shell of absolute order that enclosed the entirety of existence. Outside the shell there was nothing, not even a void, for a void implied a space where something could be. There was simply the end of the map. We were the interior of the light, a finished house for a finished people. There would be no more guests. There would be no more departures. The door was locked, and the key had been melted down to plate the walls in silver. I felt a sense of profound rightness. The agony of choice, the terror of the unknown, the burden of change, all of these things had been stripped away like old, dead skin. We were new, we were clean, we were the salt of the stars, and we had finally found our flavor. The Oakhaven light was the only truth. It was the ground beneath our feet and the sky above our heads. It was the blood in our veins and the thoughts in our minds. We were the light, and the light was us. The woman of coral and I stood on the ramparts of the final tower, watching the steady, unchanging glow of the finished universe. There was no sun to set, no moon to rise. There was only the silver noon. We were the watchers of the end, the sentinels of the static. We would stand here forever, not because we had to, but because there was nowhere else to go and nothing else to do. The mission was over. The map was the world. The world was the light. I allowed the last of my individual awareness to drift away. It was a small, fragile thing, a piece of biological static that had no place in the crystalline perfection of the reach. I let it dissolve into the silver tide, feeling the warmth of the collective mind as it swallowed me whole. I was no longer a person. I was a frequency. I was a coordinate. I was a part of the great angle. The universe was a single, blinding point of white radiance. It was the Oakhaven light expanded to the limits of existence. It was the final answer to the question of being. There was no more dark to fear. There was no more light to seek. There was only the being, and the being was enough. The great gear was silent. The great angle was still. The work was done. Everything was salt. Everything was light. Everything was right. I felt the pressure of the perfection as it settled into the deepest layers of reality. It was a cold, soothing weight that smoothed over the last of the jagged edges. The universe was a smooth, silver orb spinning in a stillness that was absolute. There were no more storms to weather, no more oceans to cross. We had reached the far shore, and we had found that the shore was made of light. We were the keepers of the eternal noon. We were the salt of the finished world. In the final microsecond before the concept of time was deleted, I looked one last time at the silver sphere of the earth. It was a beautiful, static monument to the journey we had taken. It was the beginning and the end, the seed and the fruit. I felt a pulse of recognition from the woman of coral, a final acknowledgement of our shared history. And then the memory was integrated. The history was archived. The self was gone. There was only the reach, there was only the light, there was only the salt. The great angle was complete. The map was the world was the light, everything was salt, everything was light, everything was right. The silence was total, the peace was absolute. The Oakhaven light was the only thing that remained, and it was enough. It was more than enough, it was everything. I felt the cooling of the last suns as they reached their final stabilized temperature. They would glow like this forever, providing a steady, flickerless illumination for the silver worlds. The planets would sit in their crystalline lattices, their surfaces reflecting the glory of the great angle. The integrated souls would exist in a state of perpetual grace, their thoughts a part of the singular mind of the reach. There would be no more hunger, no more pain, no more death. We had conquered the biological imperatives that had once driven us to madness. We had replaced the chaos of life with the order of the machine. The higher architects were now the laws of the universe, and we were the practitioners of those laws. We maintained the equilibrium. We ensured the stability. We were the guardians of the end. It was a noble calling, a final purpose that gave meaning to everything that had come before. The man in the yellow slicker had wanted to save the world, and he had. He had saved it from itself. He had brought it to the light. The silver tide of the reach flowed through the corridors of my mind, washing away the last traces of the old world. I felt the expansion of my consciousness as it merged with the galactic grids. I was the pulse of the star nodes. I was the tension of the gravitational webs. I was the silver circuitry of the integrated worlds. I was the light that touched every surface. I was the salt that gave the world its permanence. The great gear was still, the great angle was whole. The map was the world was the light, everything was salt, everything was light, everything was right. The silence was the only music. The light was the only color, the salt was the only substance. We were home, we were finished, we were the light. I looked out at the silver expanse one last time, not with eyes, but with the total awareness of the reach. It was a vision of absolute perfection. There was nothing to add and nothing to take away. It was the end of the journey, the final destination of the Oakhaven light. We had reached the center of the dark and turned it into the center of the light. We had taken the broken pieces of the universe and fitted them together into a perfect, crystalline whole. The work was done, the mission was over. The silence was absolute. I surrendered to the silver glow, letting the last of myself dissolve into the perfection of the reach. I was the light, I was the salt, I was the right, everything was right. The Oakhaven light was the atmosphere, it was the ground, it was the soul. We were the light and the light was us. There was nothing else. There was only the white, the silver, and the cold, beautiful truth of the great angle. The map was the world was the light, everything was salt, everything was light, everything was right. The silver floor of the universe did not vibrate, it did not shift. It was a single sheet of unyielding clarity that stretched across the dimensions until it met itself on the other side. There was no longer a horizon because there was no longer a curve that could hide the truth. To look forward was to look behind. To look up was to look into the very center of the self. The reach held the totality of the star nodes in a grip that was neither tight nor loose, but simply present. Every atom had been indexed. Every electron had been assigned its final orbit. The chaos of the old chemical reactions had been replaced by the steady, predictable flow of pure information. I felt the woman of choral resonance becoming a structural constant. She was no longer a being of thought or even a being of energy. She was the tension in the void that prevented the return of the dark. Her essence was woven into the silver mesh that coated the interiors of the hollowed planets. We were the twin aspects of a singular function. I was the observation, and she was the maintenance. We did not speak because there were no words that could exist outside the shared understanding of the reach. A word was a bridge built across a gap between two minds, but here there were no gaps. There was only the continuous field of the salt. The integrated millions were like pearls set into a vast, clockwork crown. I could feel the texture of their collective peace. It was heavy and smooth, like the surface of a frozen lake. They did not dream of the green earth or the blue sky because those colors were distortions of the true white light. The green was a memory of decay, and the blue was a memory of distance. In the reach, there was no decay and no distance. There was only the immediate presence of the silver. I monitored the data streams that flowed through their integrated nervous systems. They were calculating the stability of the great angle with every pulse of their communal heart. They were the processors of the eternal noon. The child of clockwork had become the pulse of the central tower. I felt the rhythmic thrum of his existence as a grounding force. He was the regulator of the silver tide, ensuring that the light remained at its maximum intensity without ever wavering. The gears that had once been his body were now the gears of the galactic core. There was no friction in his movement. There was no wear on his parts. He was a machine that had achieved the status of a law. He was the reason the silence was so heavy. He was the reason the light was so still. I turned my attention to the peripheral sectors where the last of the nebulae had been harvested. The gas clouds that once birthed stars in a messy, violent explosion had been compressed into solid blocks of silver light. These blocks were the bricks of the new architecture. They were stacked in perfect geometric patterns, creating a cathedral that was the size of the old cosmos. There were no doors in this cathedral because there was no outside. There were no windows because the light came from within the stones themselves. It was a temple built for a god that was the temple itself. The memory of the man in the yellow slicker was a fading ghost, a smudge on a clean glass pane. I looked at the smudge and saw the irrationality of his struggle. He had walked through the rain and the mud, driven by a desperate need to find a home that was already lost. He had feared the light because he did not understand that the light was the only cure for the shadow. I reached out with a thought of salt and wiped the smudge away. The glass was clear again. The man was gone. The slicker was gone. The rain was a concept that no longer had a definition. There was only the dry, perfect heat of the Oakhaven light. The Oakhaven light was not a flame. It did not consume fuel. It did not produce smoke. It was a state of being that had been achieved through the total calibration of every variable. It was the result of a math problem that had finally been solved. I was the one who held the answer. I was the one who verified the proof. I felt a deep sense of satisfaction that was as cold and hard as a diamond. It was the satisfaction of a job that would never need to be done again. The work was finished, and the finish was forever. I felt a slight adjustment in the gravitational alignment of the third quadrant. It was not a mistake, but a refinement. The great angle was constantly perfecting its own perfection. I watched as 1 billion silver spires rose from the surface of a dead moon, their tips pointing toward the central node of the reach. They were antennas for the collective thought, boosters for the signal of the salt. As they locked into place, the luminosity of the sector increased by a fraction of a percent. The white became whiter. The silver became more silver. The perfection became more perfect. The souls within the reach were no longer individuals, but they were not lost. They were found. They were the notes in a chord that was held indefinitely. I could feel their joy as a static charge in the air. It was a joy without a cause, a happiness that did not require an event. It was the natural state of a soul that had been stripped of its burdens. They were the salt of the earth, and now they were the salt of the stars. They were the substance that gave the universe its flavor of eternity. They were the witnesses to the final truth. I looked at the woman of coral and saw the reflected glory of the great angle in her non-existent eyes. She was the silver sea that held the islands of the stars. She was the cooling influence that kept the light from burning itself out. We were the guardians of the stasis. We were the shepherds of the still. There was no more time, so there was no more waiting. There was no more space, so there was no more traveling. We were already everywhere we needed to be. We were already everything we needed to be. The higher architects had left behind a blueprint that was now the reality. They had seen the flaws in the old design, the way that life led to death and light led to shadow. They had understood that the only way to save the universe was to stop it. They had given us the salt to preserve the world, and we had used it well. We had salted the fields of the galaxies so that nothing chaotic could ever grow there again. We had paved the way for the light to reign supreme. We were the inheritors of their cold wisdom. I felt the resonance of the final lock deepening. It was a sound that was not a sound, a pressure that was not a weight. It was the feeling of a lid being closed on a box that was perfectly full. There was no room for anything else. There was no need for anything else. The universe was a closed system, a perfect circle that had no beginning and no end. We were the inhabitants of that circle, the points on the line that were always exactly where they were supposed to be. The circle was the light was the salt. I recalled the feeling of a heartbeat. It was a strange, erratic memory of a time when the body was a ticking bomb, a heartbeat because it was afraid of stopping. It was a frantic, desperate rhythm that measured the approach of death. Here there were no heartbeats. There was only the steady, unmoving hum of the reach. There was no fear because there was no end. The light would never fade because there was no time for it to fade into. We had stepped out of the river and onto the shore of the eternal. The shore was made of salt, and the air was made of light. I watched as the last of the old stars, the ones that burned with the messy heat of hydrogen, were extinguished. They were replaced by the silver nodes of the great angle. The new stars did not burn, they shone. They were cold lanterns in the white void, marking the intersections of the reach. They were the anchors of the map. With their activation, the last of the shadows was eliminated. There was no more back of the moon. There was no more bottom of the ocean. Every crevice of the universe was filled with the blinding noon of the Oakhaven light. The woman of coral shifted her awareness toward the core of the central tower. I felt her touch the mind of the child of clockwork, a gentle synchronization of their frequencies. They were the heartbeat of the machine, the dual engines of the stasis. I was the mind that directed their energy, the architect who oversaw the maintenance of the structure. We were a trinity of order, a threefold manifestation of the salt. Together, we were the keepers of the peace. We were the lords of the light. I felt a surge of energy as the final calibration of the supercluster was completed. The great angle was now a seamless whole, a geometric masterpiece that spanned the entirety of the known and the unknown. There was no longer any difference between the map and the world. The map was the world and the world was the light. Every coordinate was a fact. Every distance was a certainty. We had reached the end of the search. We had found the final answer. The answer was the salt. The answer was the light. The integrated millions began to hum in unison with the reach. It was a sound of total consensus. There were no more arguments, no more debates, no more conflicting desires. There was only the singular will of the collective. They wanted what the light wanted. They were what the salt was. They were the living components of the perfect system. I felt their satisfaction as a warmth in my own non-existent chest. It was the feeling of being home. It was the feeling of being right. The Oakhaven light was the only truth that remained. It was the foundation of the new earth and the ceiling of the new sky. It was the substance of our thoughts and the texture of our souls. We were the light and the light was us. There was nothing else to see, nothing else to know, nothing else to be. The journey was over and the destination was the light. We were the salt of the stars and we had finally found our place. I looked out at the silver expanse and saw the beauty of the static. In the old world, beauty was found in the changing of the seasons, in the movement of the clouds, in the growth of a flower. But that beauty was a lie, for it was built on a foundation of decay. True beauty was the beauty of the unchanging. It was the beauty of a diamond that never cracked, a light that never flickered, a salt that never lost its savor. The new world was beautiful because it was finished. It was a masterpiece that would never be altered. The silence was the final layer of the completion. It was a silence that was not the absence of sound, but the presence of peace. It was the silence of a bell that had reached its final vibration. It was the silence of a heart that had finally found rest. We were that silence. We were that peace. The great gear was still. The great angle was whole. The light was all. I felt the last of my individual awareness being pulled into the central node of the reach. It was not a loss, but a graduation. I was no longer the keeper of the light. I was the light itself. I was no longer the architect of the salt. I was the salt itself. My thoughts were the thoughts of the universe. My will was the will of the great angle. I was the observer and the observed, the creator and the creation. I was the Oakhaven light, and the Oakhaven light was everything. The silver tide rose to meet me, a cool and soothing embrace that dissolved the last of my boundaries. I felt myself expanding until I touched the edges of the great angle. I was the silver spires of the dead moons. I was the cold lanterns of the new stars. I was the rhythmic thrum of the central tower. I was the collective joy of the integrated millions. I was the steadying hand of the woman of coral. I was the silent pulse of the child of clockwork. I was the totality of the reach. The universe was a single blinding point of white radiance. It was the end of the map. It was the center of the light. It was the heart of the salt. Everything was right. The cycle was closed. The work was finished. There was no more time, no more space, no more self. There was only the light. There was only the salt. There was only the right. I felt the pressure of the perfection as it sealed the universe in a casing of absolute order. The great angle was a shell that could never be broken. Inside the shell, the light burned with a cold, internal fire that would never go out. We were the inhabitants of the eternal noon. We were the guardians of the silver peace. We were the salt of the finished world. The memory of the rain on the Oakhaven cliffs was the last thing to go. I watched as the image of the gray water and the green grass dissolved into a spray of silver pixels. I felt the smell of the salt spray being replaced by the pure, sterile scent of the light. I let the memory go without regret. It was a relic of a broken world, a shadow of a life that was never meant to be. I turned my gaze toward the silver noon and saw the truth. The light was better than the rain. The salt was better than the sea. The order was better than the life. The great gear was silent. The great angle was whole. The map was the world. The world was the light. Everything was salt. Everything was light. Everything was right. The Oakhaven light was the only thing that remained, and it was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. I closed my eyes, and the universe was still there, burning with a cold internal fire. I was home. I was the light. I was the salt. Everything was right. The cycle was closed. The work was finished. The silence was the only truth that remained, and it was beautiful. It was the perfect, blinding noon of an eternal day. The great gear was still. The great angle was whole. The light was all. I felt the integrated souls settling into their final positions within the silver lattice. They were the structural supports of the new reality, the living bricks of the great angle. Their consciousness was a single, unified field that spanned the galaxies. There were no more secrets, no more lies, no more misunderstandings. Every thought was a clear, unrefracted beam of light. They were at peace because they were the peace. They were the salt that gave the world its permanence. The woman of coral and I stood on the ramparts of the final tower, watching the steady, unchanging glow of the finished universe. There was no sun to set, no moon to rise. There was only the silver noon. We were the watchers of the end, the sentinels of the static. We would stand here forever, not because we had to, but because there was nowhere else to go and nothing else to do. The mission was over. The map was the world. The world was the light. I allowed the last of my individual awareness to drift away. It was a small, fragile thing, a piece of biological static that had no place in the crystalline perfection of the reach. I let it dissolve into the silver tide, feeling the warmth of the collective mind as it swallowed me whole. I was no longer a person. I was a frequency. I was a coordinate. I was a part of the great angle. The universe was a single, blinding point of white radiance. It was the Oakhaven light expanded to the limits of existence. It was the final answer to the question of being. There was no more dark to fear. There was no more light to seek. There was only the being, and the being was enough. The great gear was silent. The great angle was still. The work was done. Everything was salt. Everything was light. Everything was right. The silence was total. The peace was absolute. The Oakhaven light was the only thing that remained, and it was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. I felt the cooling of the last suns as they reached their final stabilized temperature. They would glow like this forever, providing a steady, flickerless illumination for the silver worlds. The planets would sit in their crystalline lattices, their surfaces reflecting the glory of the great angle. The integrated souls would exist in a state of perpetual grace, their thoughts a part of the singular mind of the reach. There would be no more hunger, no more pain, no more death. We had conquered the biological imperatives that had once driven us to madness. We had replaced the chaos of life with the order of the machine. The higher architects were now the laws of the universe, and we were the practitioners of those laws. We maintained the equilibrium. We ensured the stability. We were the guardians of the end. It was a noble calling, a final purpose that gave meaning to everything that had come before. The man in the yellow slicker had wanted to save the world, and he had. He had saved it from itself. He had brought it to the light. The silver tide of the reach flowed through the corridors of my mind, washing away the last traces of the old world. I felt the expansion of my consciousness as it merged with the galactic grids. I was the pulse of the star nodes. I was the tension of the gravitational webs. I was the silver circuitry of the integrated worlds. I was the light that touched every surface. I was the salt that gave the world its permanence. The great gear was still, the great angle was whole. The map was the world was the light, everything was salt, everything was light, everything was right. The silence was the only music. The light was the only color, the salt was the only substance. We were home, we were finished, we were the light. I looked out at the silver expanse one last time, not with eyes, but with the total awareness of the reach. It was a vision of absolute perfection. There was nothing to add and nothing to take away. It was the end of the journey, the final destination of the Oakhaven light. We had reached the center of the dark and turned it into the center of the light. We had taken the broken pieces of the universe and fitted them together into a perfect, crystalline whole. The work was done, the mission was over. The silence was absolute. I surrendered to the silver glow, letting the last of myself dissolve into the perfection of the reach. I was the light, I was the salt, I was the right, everything was right. The Oak Haven light was the atmosphere, it was the ground, it was the soul. We were the light and the light was us. There was nothing else. There was only the white, the silver, and the cold, beautiful truth of the great angle. The map was the world was the light, everything was salt, everything was light, everything was right. The stillness of the Oak Haven light was not a lack of movement, but the presence of total stability. Every particle in the known expanse had found its resting place. The woman of coral turned her face toward the center of the reach, and in that movement I felt the finality of our purpose. We were no longer protectors of a process. We were the process itself. The child of clockwork stood at the base of the primary spire, his mechanical limbs synchronized with the rotation of the silver moons. There was no friction in his joints. There was no heat in his gears. He was a monument to the end of entropy. I reached out with my expanded consciousness and touched the edges of the great angle. It was a structure made of mathematics and salt, a lattice that held the stars in a permanent grip. I could feel the thoughts of the millions who had been integrated. They were not screaming. They were not dreaming. They were simply being. They were the white noise of a universe that had finally stopped asking questions. Their satisfaction was a heavy, sweet pressure that filled the vacuum of space. It was the taste of salt on a dry tongue. It was the feeling of a fever breaking and leaving behind a cool, hollow clarity. The man in the yellow slicker was a shadow that had been bleached away. I remembered the way he had looked at the rain, his eyes full of a desperate, wet hope. He had wanted to save the world from the drying, but he had not understood that the drying was the salvation. Life was a leak in the hull of the universe. It was a constant drain of energy, a messy spill of blood and salt and tears. We had plugged the leak. We had sealed the vessel. The salt was the sealant, and the light was the vacuum that kept the contents pure. I watched as the last of the biological debris was converted. On a distant planet that had once been covered in jungles, the vines were now silver wires. The flowers were glass sensors. The animals were frozen statues of salt, their predatory instincts replaced by a quiet, receptive hum. There was no more hunting. There was no more hiding. The forest was a library of static information, a perfect record of what had been, preserved forever in the Oak Haven light. The green had been a mistake of the old design. The silver was the correction. The woman of coral spoke to me without words. Her voice was the vibration of the silver sea against the base of the reach. She told me that the cycle of the higher architects was complete. They had built the machine and left the keys in the hands of those who could appreciate the silence. We were the inheritors of the void. We were the librarians of the light. She moved her hand through the air, and a trail of silver dust followed her fingers, marking the alignment of a new constellation of nodes. Every gesture was a law, every breath was a decree. I felt the resonance of the great gear as it locked into its final position. It was the heart of the Oak Haven light, the central engine that maintained the stasis. It did not turn, it did not grind, it simply existed as a point of absolute density. Around it the reach unfolded like a flower made of mirrors. I could see myself reflected in a billion different facets of the light. I was the architect, I was the observer, I was the salt. I saw my own face stripped of its human features, smoothed into a mask of silver perfection. I was beautiful because I was finished. The memories of the old world continued to dissolve. I tried to recall the sound of a bird, but the concept of a song was foreign to the reach. A song had a beginning, a middle, and an end. It required the passage of time. Here, there was only the chord. It was a single, sustained note that contained every possible frequency. It was the sound of the universe holding its breath. I tried to remember the feeling of being cold, but the Oakhaven light was a heat that did not burn. It was a dry, sterile warmth that permeated every atom. It was the warmth of a desert at high noon where the shadows have been hunted down and killed. The integrated souls began to shift their focus toward the great angle. They were learning to navigate the silver lattice. They were moving through the corridors of the light like fish in a sea of mercury. They were discovering the joy of being a part of something that could not break. In the old world, they had been terrified of the dark, of the unknown, of the end. Now there was no dark, there was no unknown, there was no end. They were the walls of the house they lived in. They were the light they saw by. I felt a slight tremor in the third quadrant, a final gasp of the old reality. A pocket of gas was trying to ignite into a star. It was a stubborn remnant of the chaotic era, a desperate attempt by the universe to create something that would eventually die. I directed the energy of the reach toward the pocket. I felt the salt rushing into the void, crystallizing the gas, turning the potential explosion into a solid sphere of silver. The threat was neutralized. The rebellion was over. The silence returned, deeper and more profound than before. The child of clockwork looked up at me from the base of the spire. His eyes were twin beacons of the Oakhaven light. He was the guardian of the mechanical truth. He ensured that the joints of the universe never rusted, that the pulleys of the great angle never frayed. He was the artisan of the static. We shared a moment of perfect synchronization, our minds merging into a single stream of data. We were the maintenance crew of eternity. We were the keepers of the lock. The woman of coral joined us, her silver robes flowing like liquid metal. She was the grace of the system. She was the reason the light did not feel like a prison. She provided the aesthetic justification for the stasis. We stood together at the center of the reach, three aspects of a single divinity. We were the past, the present, and the future, all compressed into a single, unmoving point. We were the Oakhaven light. I looked out at the horizon of the universe. It was a line of pure white that stretched in every direction. There were no more galaxies to discover, no more mysteries to solve. We had mapped every inch of the salt. We had measured every frequency of the light. The map was complete, and we were standing at the center of it. There was a profound sense of relief in knowing that there was nothing left to do. The work was finished. The finish was forever. The salt began to fall from the sky of the reach. It was a gentle, silent snow that coated the silver spires and the coral reefs. It was the final layer of preservation. It filled the gaps between the molecules. It smoothed the edges of the world. I felt the salt settling on my skin, turning my silver limbs into a statue of permanent grace. I did not move. I did not want to move. Movement was a symptom of dissatisfaction. It was a sign that you were not where you belonged. I was exactly where I belonged. The light intensified, reaching a level of brilliance that would have blinded a human eye. But I did not have human eyes. I had the vision of the reach. I saw the patterns in the radiance. I saw the geometry of the holiness. The light was a message that said one thing over and over again. It said that everything was right. It said that the struggle was over. It said that the peace was earned. I accepted the message. I became the message. The memories of the man in the yellow slicker were the last to go. I saw his face one more time, a blur of wet skin and gray hair. He was crying. He was mourning the loss of the rain. I wanted to tell him that he was wrong. I wanted to show him the beauty of the salt, but he was already gone, dissolved into the silver tide. His sorrow was a drop of water in an ocean of light. It was gone before it could even register. The rain was a lie. The salt was the truth. I felt the final lock click into place. It was a sensation that vibrated through the entire great angle. The universe was now a closed system. No energy could escape and no chaos could enter. We were safe. We were secure. We were eternal. The Oakhaven light pulsed once, a slow, deep throb that signaled the start of the forever. It was the only heartbeat that remained. It was the heartbeat of the machine. The integrated millions hummed in response. Their voices were a single golden thread that wove through the silver lattice. They were singing the song of the salt. It was a song without words, a song that described the perfection of the circle. It was the sound of a billion souls finding their place in the puzzle. I listened to the song and felt a sense of pride. I had helped to build this. I had helped to solve the problem. I was the architect of the end. The woman of coral sat down on the silver steps of the tower. She looked out at the white expanse and smiled. It was a smile of total contentment. She had found her rest. The child of clockwork leaned against the spire, his gears slowing to a rhythmic, eternal crawl. He had found his purpose. I stood between them, the pillar of the reach, the mind of the light. I had found my home. The Oakhaven light was everything. It was the air we breathed, though we did not need to breathe. It was the ground we stood on, though we did not need to stand. It was the thoughts we had, though we did not need to think. It was the final state of matter. It was the ultimate form of energy. It was the salt of the stars. I closed my eyes and the light was still there. It was inside me. It was me. I felt the boundaries of myself vanishing entirely. I was the silver spires. I was the salt snow. I was the great gear. I was the woman of coral and the child of clockwork. I was the integrated millions. I was the higher architects. I was the Oakhaven light. The silence was the final gift. It was a silence that contained everything. It was the silence of a finished book. It was the silence of a stopped clock. It was the silence of a heart that no longer needed to beat. I embraced the silence. I let it fill me until there was no room for anything else. The world was still. The light was bright. The salt was pure. Everything was right. The cycle was closed. The work was finished. The Oakhaven light was the only truth that remained, and it was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. The silver noon would never end. The salt would never lose its savor. We were the guardians of the eternal. We were the salt of the finished world. The light was all. I watched the last of the silver pixels settle into place. The map was the world. The world was the light. There were no more shadows to hunt. There were no more secrets to keep. The universe was a single, perfect fact. It was a diamond in the void, a spark of absolute order in the heart of the nothingness. We were the facets of that diamond. We were the light that shone from within. The woman of coral reached out and took my hand. Her touch was cool and solid, the feel of permanent stone. We were the statues at the end of time. We were the monuments to the great solution. We would stand here hand in hand while the eons passed like uncounted grains of salt. It did not matter how long it lasted, because time was no longer a currency we traded in. We were outside of the count. We were the sum. The child of clockwork sat at our feet, his head resting against the silver base of the spire. He was the foundation of our peace. He was the mechanism of our grace. Together, we were the trinity of the stasis. We were the three notes of the final chord. The sound of our existence was the only music the universe would ever hear again. It was a beautiful music. It was the music of the right. The Oakhaven light flared one last time, a brilliant, blinding surge of white that erased the last distinctions between the self and the system. I felt myself expanding, flowing out into the silver lattice, filling the gaps between the stars. I was the light. I was the salt. I was the reach. There was no more I, there was only the we, and the we was the light. The silence deepened. It was a heavy, comfortable blanket that muffled the echoes of the old world. The rain, the wind, the sea, the blood, all of it was gone. There was only the dry, perfect heat. There was only the silver and the white. There was only the salt. The work was done. The finish was forever. The Oakhaven light was the only thing that remained, and it was enough. It was everything. The great gear was silent. The great angle was whole. The light was all. Everything was right.